అరౌండ్ 9 కి స్టార్ట్ కావాలి. ఓకే,
this is mine.
Seven participants.
Don't close this tab. This tab should be open. Minimize this. Afternoon, once again, but you have to separately go to that meeting. Just check, send me that link, sir.
Hope I'm audible to everyone. Hello, everyone.
Yes,
Good,
ma'am, it is audible.
thank you, Swati. Good morning and welcome to all the esteemed dignitaries who have come to grace this beautiful occasion of the first English Virtual International Conference on Newer Perspectives on LSRW Practices. On behalf of Gokaraju Rangaraju Institute of Engineering and Technology, I extend the warmest of welcomes to all those who have gathered to be a part of this August occasion. Uh, in that regard, I would like to share a few words about the institution. Gokaraju Rangaraju Institute of Engineering and Technology, established in 1997, represents a rich tradition of excellence in technology-based education. GRIET is an autonomous engineering college affiliated to JNTU and approved by AICT. The college is situated in a serene and tranquil environment surrounded by lush green.
What happened? Huh?
We apologize for the network issue that has just arisen all of a sudden. Let's continue. We were talking about the GRIT prospects and the wonderful opportunities it holds for the student community and also in the field of education as such. Apart from the great achievements of the institution that we have spoken about, let's have a look at the objectives of the conference. Obviously, in the light of LSRW skills, the conference provides a platform for healthy academic discussion on the topic of the conference and also sharing the developing knowledge and expertise in the field of ELT today to help hone the skills of teaching English in the light of recent developments in the field, to share personal innovative experiences in teaching with a large audience for acceptance and dissemination. And also it gives us a huge platform to express all the innate skills that each of us have in the field of English, and also to be able to go to the field of language and literature, of course. Having done that, let's proceed with the invocation ceremony, for which I would like to quote that gives us an opportunity to appreciate the power of the all-pervading, which says, "A grateful heart is a beginning of greatness. It is an expression of humility. It is a foundation for the development of such virtues as prayer, faith, courage, contentment, happiness, and love. And also, it supports the feeling of well-being." With that, let's proceed and call for our GRIET Rhythms team to render the prayer song for today, for which I would like to invite Master Sharat Chandra and Tarang to render the prayer song for today's presentation. Thank you. Over to you, Tarang and Sharat Chandra.
शिवशक्त्या युक्तो यदि भवति शक्तः प्रभवितुम् न चेदेवं देवो न खलु कुशलः स्पन्दितुमपि अतस्त्वा आराध्यां हरिहरविरिञ्चादिभिरवि प्रणम्तुं स्तोतुं वा कथमकृतपुण्यः प्रभवति जननी जननी जगन्नी अगम्नी जननी जननी जगन्नी अगम्नी जगत्कारिणी परिपूरणिनी जगत्कारिणी परिपूरणिनी जननी 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 जननी
That was great, Tarang and Sharat Chandra. Thank you for rendering such a beautiful song and making it a spiritual start for the day. Let's proceed and move ahead with the next in the order of the program.
Why this
I
hiccup?
take immense pleasure, and I take this as an opportunity to introduce the Chief Executive Officer of the Gokaraja Rangaraju Institute of Engineering and Technology, and also the supporter in all respects for the Gokaraja Rangaraju Educational Society. As for all these years, we have had the opportunity and we have had of a person having a wide range of exposure to managerial domains. And his passion about teaching all along, which he had in teaching management subjects to the staff, also helped us a lot. And this was something which acted as a motivating tool to our CEO, sir. Apart from that, he has been the guiding force, whether it has been in terms of academics or in building the administration, for which we all have been very fortunate. Now, I take immense pleasure in inviting Sri G. Sethi sir to please address the gathering for on the first day of the International Virtual Conference in the aspects of teaching in LSRW skills in English. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir. You're
Very
welcome.
good morning to all of you. I extend a warm welcome to all the dignitaries, all the organizers, all the participants, everybody. I extend a very warm welcome to all of you to this international conference. In fact, I was thinking this is a very appropriate program for the current scenario. Because you see, technical education today, in fact, they are mentioned even the NEP also, technical education has become some kind of an exclusive domain for the students, in the sense that they are not being exposed to the other domains of knowledge, both in the school level and in the intermediate, of course, in the degree, in the engineering degree. What's happening is there is an excessive focus on just one dimension of the knowledge resources. So that's the reason why even the NEP says that by the time the students leave the institutions, they should possess all-round skills. And one of the important skill sets what they're supposed to have in this 21st century is the English language skills. So this is the subject of our international conference. So this is an appropriate kind of a thing in the context of the new educational policy. So you see, the biggest problem what we face here, is that when it comes to the communication skills or English language skills, the students tend to think that they're not very important. They think that they are some kind of lesser important skill sets actually, but that's not right. You see, as they go along, and when they start appearing for the interviews or later in their career and overall in the life itself, these skill sets are as important as the technical skills actually. So that is at least my experience in the last 35-40 years. That's what it says actually. Because you see, today's if you look at the technical landscape around the world, our engineers, our students, for example, for them, the entire world is their job market today. This was not the case maybe 20-30 years ago actually, but today things have changed so much because of the communication revolution, because of the globalization. So today, the students can go and study anywhere and they can work anywhere in the world. And they have a lot of great opportunities in many countries around the world actually. But when you are interacting with all kinds of different nationalities, different cultures, different languages, so you can't learn all those languages and then master them actually. So that's why today English has become some kind of a de facto international language. So if you have good language skills and communication skills in English, you can get along anywhere in the world actually. You can get a job, you can prosper, you can develop your career, you can settle down there, provided you have good English language skills and communication skills. Of course, the very first stage is that when they appear for the interviews, for example, to all the jobs or for even the higher studies, they are supposed to have these language skills, in fact. all these competitive examinations, for example, whether you take GMAT or GRE or CAT or whatever it is, they all have very significant portion of their what do you call the syllabus on the English language and English language skills. Actually, they test the English language skills. Okay, even the competitive examinations within the country, for example, you take any civil services or the IIMs or even the state commission services, even there, English holds a very important kind of a role in deciding whether you'll be able to pass the examination or not, actually. So this is what, of course, first of all, you have to make the students aware of the need for developing these skill sets. That is the first challenge. And second thing is how to make this process of this learning interesting, enjoyable, and sustainable, actually. Is it not? So we got to see, this conference has to explore whether are there any new practices, new perspectives, and new developments, especially in the digital technologies, which we can make use of it and then make the learning of the language skills and the communication skills interesting for the students, so that they will stick to it and then they'll be able to pursue it and then learn those language skills, actually. So this is the real challenge for this conference. So I'm sure all the learned the dignitaries, the professors who are going to speak in this, participate in this conference will address this question and come out with some kind of new resources on the net, for example, which you can really make use of it, or some kind of interactive kind of programs, sessions, or teaching methods which are there. So all these things we can really expose, really explore, and then tell all the people in the conference, so that all will get benefited by this knowledge, actually. So with these few words, I wish all the participants, and especially the organizers, all the very success in conducting this conference. All the best to you, and thank you.
Thank you, sir. That was one great presentation, giving us some amazing insights into the world of language and how best can we put it to use, whether it comes to teaching or even for that matter, letting the student community know about the importance of language and the various skills in which it can manifest itself. Now, the next in the order for the conference is the convener for this international virtual conference, Dr. R. Sucharan Reddy. Dr. R. Sucharan Reddy is working as Associate Professor of English in GRIET, Hyderabad. He is a teacher, philosopher, poet, writer, blogger, inventive thinker, and motivational speaker with a never-ending zeal to give back to society through academic contributions. Besides MPhil and PGDD, he holds a PhD in ELD from Acharya Nagarjuna University. With more than 20 years of teaching, training, and research experience in India and African continent, he has gained the technical know-how of applying creativity in teaching and learning process. Traveling extensively in India, he has presented and published papers widely in national and international conferences and journals, besides building strong networking with language teachers. Gaining experience and expertise in the field of ELD helped him conducting international and national conferences, workshops, delivering guest lectures, and training programs for teachers and students across India. His research specializations include ELT, ESP, TEL, and CALL. Hallmark of his profile and career span is publishing 10 books to his credit. I welcome you, Dr. Sucharan Reddy, sir, to please take over the proceedings. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, good morning to one and all. A warm welcome to all the dignitaries of today's event. That's the first international conference on newer perspectives on LSRW practices. It's the first international virtual conference that we are organizing in our department. And I take an immense pride and pleasure in organizing this event. And I personally and wholeheartedly thank our management, our beloved management, GRAT, for giving me this wonderful opportunity. It's not just an opportunity, but it's space to grow. That's what I feel as part of this institution and part of my responsibility and duty towards the institution. Because why I say this, because I always remind Robert Frost's famous poem, Stopping by Woods on a Snowy Evening, especially the first, I think the last four lines, but I have promises to keep and miles to go before I sleep and miles to go before I sleep. That propels me and motivates me to contribute for the for the organization. And I sincerely and honestly thank the support given rendered by the management, including our CEO sirs. That's Sri M.G. Shekaram sir, who is the CEO of GRES, and our director sir, Dr. N. Janjalamurthy sir, and our principal sir, Dr. J. Praveen sir, and senior AO sir, Dr. K.S.N. Raju sir. And above all, today's event, we have invited keynote speaker, Professor K. Venkatesh sir from the Department of Training and Development, School of English Language Education, IFLO Hyderabad. And above all, as our chief guest, Dr. Khalid Almaski, Dean, College of Arts and Applied Sciences, Dhofar University. And there are also plenary speakers in today's session. There is one workshop which will be conducted by Ms. Veena Krishnamurthy Madam, IELTS and TOEFL Master Trainer. And next is a plenary session which will be conducted by Dr. Ilango sir, K. Ilango sir, Professor and Head, Department of English, formerly Anna University, Chennai, and sir is also the LTI Secretary. So this is the day one schedule. Now day two schedule, that is tomorrow. We have first a workshop by Professor Natalia Knobloch, Associate Professor, Department of English, Sinwar Valley State University, USA. And Madam also is the editor of Journal of Language and Discrimination. And Madam, I think tomorrow she's going to join and she's going to speak, she's going to address from USA, from Michigan. Okay, and followed by, we have another plenary session by Dr. Anand Mahanand, Professor, Department of Material Development, Testing and Evaluation, the School of English Language Education, FLU. This is regarding tomorrow's sessions. Along with that, tomorrow we also have a valedictory session in the afternoon, where we have invited two additional speakers. That is guest of honor, Mr. Mohammad Mustaq, who is a corporate trainer, who is going to join us and is going to motivate our teachers and is going to enlighten us. And along with that, we have chief guest address for valedictory. That is, it will be addressed by Dr. R.D. Bajre, Professor and Director, UGC HRDC, Sagar University, which is a central university, Madhya Pradesh. Now, coming back to the theme, newer perspectives on LSRW practices. The main objective of selecting this theme is, the only thing is because of the paradigm shift. Today, when I learned as a teacher, when I learned as a student English, what I see the language 40 years back is not similar at present, because of a lot of upgradations and a lot of what you call that, additions. So today we are in a era called technology era, where we need to use gadgets in teaching English language, and there are a lot of challenges. So there are a lot of challenges and a lot of questions arising, whether will online replace teachers? Will artificial intelligence take away our teachers' role? So a lot of questions are being raised, and I think, and especially from the language point of view, a new topic which is in the limelight called neuro-linguistic. So as teachers, I think all this we will be discussing in this 2 days conference. And with this, what I would like to, and finally, I welcome all the delegates, and without their participation, I think this conference it doesn't just conclude. So I personally, individually, thank all the delegates and the paper presenters for taking their time, and above all, but not least, our department, and finally also the whole GRIT family for giving me this opportunity for organize this event. And with this, I conclude my words. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. With that, we proceed to the honorable keynote speaker of the International Virtual Conference on LSRW skills. I welcome Dr. K. Venkat Reddy to be and to give us the pleasure to have him as our keynote speaker for the day one on the international conference today. Dr. K. Venkat Reddy has been active in academic pursuits for close to 3 decades, teaching and training at all levels of language education, as well as language teacher and trainer education. He is an avid reader, researcher, and eloquent and effective presenter, a passionate learning facilitator, a compassionate counselor, a dynamic leader who worked in Afghanistan, Vietnam on the teacher education projects sponsored by the Government of India.
So there's a problem.
Yeah, just give me a
Hello?
second. I'll be done.
Can you hear me, madam?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
But there is some problem with your audio.
Yes, sir, I'm turning up the volume. That'll be fine. Okay, okay. Sir, kindly give us a second till we just fix the network issue. We would like to continue the introductory session. Dr. Reddy shines in the spheres of training, teaching, research, administration, and more importantly, spreading positive energy in whatever he does with a dash of fresh humor. Donning multiple roles, Dr. Reddy is engaged in the creation and sharing knowledge in and outside the confines of the academy. Short profile corporate tenure in the form of so many aspects which are related to knowledge of language. We welcome you, sir, and we would like you to take over the session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam, for introducing me to this distinguished gathering. Those who are, hello? Can you hear me?
You are
Yes,
audible,
sir.
sir.
You are audible.
Thank you, madam, for introducing me to this conference. I would like to first thank Gangaraju Engineering College, the CEO, organizers of this first ever virtual international conference on skills, and the Department of Humanities, delegates, participants, students, LTI, and the mainstay of LTI, my friend, Dr. Lango, and others who have came online to participate in this conference. A very happy morning. I'm Venkat Reddy of the English and Foreign Languages University. The topic that I would like to make a presentation. Can you see the presentation, everyone?
Still not yet, sir.
Yes, sir.
Can you see it?
Not yet, sir.
Oh, then what do we do?
You will have to share your screen.
I have already shared. That's why I'm asking you. Let me share this again.
Try it again, sir. You try
Yeah,
to share
I'll
it
do
again,
that.
sir.
I'll do that.
We see you on big picture, sir.
Yeah. How do I share? Basic, no? That's right. Can you see it now?
Yes, sir. Yes, it is visible, sir.
Yes, sir.
Is
It is
it?
visible.
All right. Thank you very much. This is a topic which actually intends to capture the very locus and the essence of this international conference, which is poised to make several inroads into the teaching of communication skills. So I wanted to give you a small account of the history, the genesis, and the way it took over from what is known in history of education, particularly history of English education in our country, starting from 1835's Macaulay's Minutes. So I first intend to go across to say by the end of this presentation, you will get to hear and learn a diachronic account of teaching LSRW skills in our country. Diachronic means across the time, starting from the day we decided to have English education in our country. And particularly the three eras of teaching skills, teaching English, which means the post-independent era, the post-globalized era, and of course, the pandemic-induced pedagogy that has made everything topsy-turvy. And the treatment of these skills, communication skills, listening, speaking, reading, and writing in these times, in these particular eras. So that's the locus, that's the main content of this presentation that you're going to hear in the next 20 minutes. And the post-independent English pedagogy, what was exactly what was it like in the beginnings of our education system soon after we became we became independent. As I mentioned earlier, the English education in our country started as a result of the efforts of Lord Macaulay in 1835, which came to be known in the annals of education in our country. It's the Macaulay's Minutes. That's the first time he wanted to have people who are Indians in flesh and blood, but in taste and thinking they are like the British. So that's the main idea. And although the British left in 1947 as a result of lots of other things, particularly India's freedom struggle, but the English language, which is said would have come across the shores into our country with the British, but did not leave, and it was not in a mood to leave. On the other hand, sitting comfortably in the pages of Indian Constitution as the associate official language, it had been there as one of the most powerful languages on our land and how it was being taught. So post-independence, so soon after 1947, what was the decision that our education system had taken in order to institute English communication skills for various purposes, for various historical, various political, various cultural reasons? We retain English language and we been teaching it in different ways. So first thing that we have done, we did to English language soon after our constitution was proclaimed, to have it comfortably placed in our constitution as the associate official language of the country. Please remember, India doesn't have a national language. We have two languages. One official language is Hindi, and the associate official language has been the English language. And as a result, it had to be taught, and it is being taught for that particular reason. So what was the status of English at that time? Because the status of English in our country, status of English in a country, for example, decides the way it is to be taught. What was the status of? It was designated as a library language, please understand. In the beginnings of English education, soon after we gained independence, it was limited to be used only as a library language. What are the consequences of that? The consequences of some language designated as library language is that it is going to be used for only academic purposes. It was not meant for any other communication purposes, but to use it only as academic purposes. And the consequences of this is that we used only two skills in the beginning. I think, can I request the participants to mute your mic? Other voices are dominating mine. Madam, could you please intervene? Madam MC, could you please intervene? Yeah, please mute all that. So once we decided to have some languages as library language, which means that we would teach only the academic skills. What are the academic skills? The input skills, for example, when it comes to saying something is academic, is the reading one, and the output skill is the writing. So therefore, in the beginnings of English education in independent India, we concentrated to impart only two skills, reading and writing. I think when we were students learning English in the state schools and colleges, could you please mute your mics, please? Participants, your voice is dominating mine. So it's our experience, if you happen to have got educated in the state-run government schools, it's only the reading and writing skills. Reading was the input skill and writing was the output skill, because the government thought that people would read science magazines, read journals, and get a lot of knowledge, which means it was content-based, mainly education. By reading, we will learn a lot of things that are happening in the world. And writing, again, was the output skill which was taught, because remember to have taken a lot of exams and as a result. Now, what were the items taught at that particular moment when we have had only 2 skills? The items that were concentrated, if you remember your textbooks, which were based on the library, which was written with the objective of inculcating reading skills, inculcating writing skills. So these were the things that comprised a textbook. Reading comprehension, there used to be some reading passage, and followed by that there were questions, whether we understood it or not, content-based questions. And after that, the skills that the textbook used to got embedded, used to have, were note-taking, as teachers used to teach, learners were expected to take notes. Grammatical accuracy, correction of sentences used to be one of the more important things of language, was to speak according to the rules. So grammatical accuracy, grammatical competency used to be given a lot of emphasis. And they were writing, paragraph writing, guided paragraph writing. I use all these technical terms with an assumption that most of those who are attending this or taking part as delegates or participants in this international conference at least have had some knowledge of what it means to be ELT. So that's why guided, I'm talking about technical terms such as accuracy and guided and free paragraph writing. In a guided paragraph writing, we used to have a paragraph with gaps, and in the gaps we were expected to fill that using appropriate expressions, particularly the words and phrases. So, and also essay writing, because it was writing, the output skills, you could have seen it here, everything was writing. The input was reading, and through the input, we used to learn vocabulary, we used to learn grammar, and put together, these were the things that we as learners were expected to master by the time they finished their school education. Guided and free paragraph writing, essay writing. This essay writing usually on the reading comprehension passages, or sometimes free essay writing. Letter writing, now today it's been replaced with email writing. Those who are working in the engineering colleges would agree with me that no longer do you teach letter writing, but you would teach how to write an email, although sometimes the format may be same, but the carrier is different. Précis writing was also their part of our textbooks. Longer passages used to be given, and having read that, we were all expected in the exam and in the school to summarize, to write the gist of what it is. And of course, translation of, I'm sure that some of those participants, the teachers who are of my age plus 50, would know that even in the examination, we used to be given a paragraph which we were expected to translate into the L1 of, into our L1. So translation of a paragraph into the L1 of the learners used to be the items that were taught in the beginnings of our education in free India, because of the way we designated, we valued English language as the library language, which means it was, we taught English only to have academic skills of reading, academic skills of reading and comprehending new things and putting that into the written mode. So this was the situation at that time. Items, these were the items taught, and these were the items for part of our textbook. Next, what kind of materials were used in order to teach these things? Gentlemen and ladies, please mute your mics. Excuse me, everybody. May I request you, appeal to you to mute your mics? Hello, organizers, please mute all the mics. Organizers. Sucharan, please help me in this.
Sridhar sir, kindly mute all the participants' mic here. Sridhar sir.
Excuse me, organizers, please
I will
mute
inform
all
them,
the.
sir. 1 second. I will
No.
inform them, sir.
Write any 10 prefixes and suffixes with examples.
Sir, Sridhar, sir.
Sucharan, what time should I close it by 10 o'clock, right? Okay.
So just 1 minute, sir.
Yeah, now I think it's been muted, madam. So what materials were used? What textbooks were used to teach these items? Literature-based, all you remember? When the beginnings, the textbooks that were prepared in order to teach the skills that I have already enumerated, it all literature pieces, literature-centric prose pieces, biographies of people, biographies of very famous persons. We learned as part of we read and understood, and we also did a lot of grammatical work based on that. So materials that our textbooks comprised were based on literature, prose pieces, biographies, didactic essays which we entertained apart from teaching us a moral, a lesson, and stories and poems, novels, and so on, which all, I mean to say that they were hardcore literature pieces which belonged to earlier times, but not the language which was synchronous, which means that which the kind of materials that we used did not belong to the age of the learners, age of the teachers, and the times of the participants. For example, we took materials from 16th century, 17th century, 18th century, 19th, but not the language of the times in which the textbooks were translated, were being negotiated. So that was the material based on which we tried to inculcate the skill of reading and writing. So what was the methodology followed at that time? It was all, the approach was structural, remember? Structural approach gained momentum because that was the time structuralism was going great guns in the field of letters, in the field of philosophy, and that also got translated into our textbooks as we reduced a dynamic and vibrant fabric called language into mere structures, simple sentence having structures, compound sentence having structures. We taught these structures there. For example, SVO, SV, SVA, SVOO. So it was understood that teaching these structures tantamount to teaching the language. Structural approach and the method at the time, which used to be still, of course, in some pockets of our language education is very popular, was grammar translation method. And what was the technique? The technique used by individual teachers, and it was all teacher-centered classroom and bilingual teacher talk. And as a result, it was only rote learning, not learning for communication. Learning for examinations used to be the mainstay of that era of English education in our country. So that was the methodology followed compared to what it is today. So I'm giving you 3 eras of materials, 3 eras of methodology, 3 eras of the prerogatives of teaching language. In the beginnings, it's only reading, writing, and the materials was literature-centric, and the methodology was approach, structural, method, grammar translation, and the technique was teacher-centric, teacher-centered, teacher-dominated classrooms in bilingual teacher talk, and it was not meant for any dynamic use of language, but it was meant only for reading and writing. And what were the items taught? Because if you ask a question as to what is the meaning of learning a language or teaching a language, the invariable answer that comes up immediately is teaching a language means teaching the skills of listening, speaking, reading, writing, plus the language building blocks called the elements of language, the other items of language, vocabulary, grammar. So in the beginning, what vocabulary, grammar, and pronunciation today. But since we didn't have the oral communication skills of listening and speaking at that time, there was no place for teaching pronunciation. And it was vocabulary translation, and vocabulary used to be taught using translation, non-contextual, it's not situational, but word and meaning in the mother tongue of the learners. And grammar used to be taught in structures. Pronunciation was never taught as a result because it was not oral. So this was the way the elements of language, the building blocks of language was taught, and they're also taught independently of each other. They were never integrated as it is today in the post-globalized scenario. So that was the element, and that was the treatment of the elements those days. Now, the post-globalized era, very important era here. Globalization. What is globalization? Globalization started in the early 90s when our own P.V. Narasimha Rao's government signed what was at that time popularly known as the GATT agreement. It is called General Agreement on Tariff and Trade. By becoming a signatory of that paper, that particular activity, our government, we also became part of globalization, which means in terms of business, and there were it put an end to the license Raj. Now, what were the consequences for language education here? Until that time, as I say, English was understood as library language, meant to inculcate only two skills, popularly known as academic skills, the reading and writing. But globalization and the way we became members of what is today known as World Trade Organization, and everything has changed. What were consequences of becoming part of globalization? Was that new wave jobs started landing on our shore, and they're all Anglicentric. Most of those jobs which have come across the oceans and landed on our shores expected all the job seekers and job holders to be proficient in the English language by mid 1990s, and of course to 2000 as well. So, but you remember at the time what sort of ads released when we had new wave jobs which demanded complete fluency of English. It's not just reading and writing. All of a sudden, although there was no project, although there was no scope in our schools and colleges in the textbook to teach listening and speaking, the ads started screaming across. Ads started screaming through the pages of newspapers. Are you a chatterbox? Which means, were you proficient in the English language? And it was a big no from the countryside. Because in the countryside, the textbooks that were prepared in the tutelage of the government did not have any space for speaking, didn't have any space for listening, but suddenly jobs required participants to have this. And what happened? The urban, missionary, and public school educated youth cornered almost all the plum posts that came our way. But the real Gandhian India lagged behind. The rest of India, the rural India, the countryside lagged behind they did not run this race because they didn't have the skill set required of the new wave jobs, which demanded a complete proficiency of the English language. It's not merely reading, writing, particularly demanded oral communication skills of listening and speaking. This became a very critical situations, and that's when Mark Tully, a very famous contemporary commentator, political commentator, cultural commentator, important person in our in our times. Mark Tully said, India divided again. Now, what was that? This is the book in which he made this statement: India is divided, non-stop India. And there is a chapter in which he was discussing. He says India is divided. It is because of globalization and because of the demands the English language put on the youth. So there were two kinds of Indians now. One India is that of youth who have proficiency in the English language, and the other India is that India where youth do not have complete proficiency in all the four skills. So this is the Tully's remarkable revelation, and that has created what is called situation critical. It was one of the biggest problems that our planners were not aware of what was waiting once we became globalized, and all the jobs were cornered by the urban, public school and missionary school educated youth, where they had English in all the four skills. But in the government sector, in the rest of India, we still followed what is popularly known as English for the purpose of academic use. So therefore, to overcome this problem, Government of India appointed something called National Knowledge Commission, UPA, United Progressive Alliance 2, under the Prime Ministership of Manmohan Singh. They appointed a committee to look into this particular issue and what remedy could be done. And this is the guy, I'm sure you would have known him. This is Satya Narayana Patrudu, who is responsible during Rajiv Gandhi's time as a telecom revolution person who is responsible. Satya Narayana Patrudu is known as Sam Pitrada, and he proposed the committee that worked under his leadership proposed that let's stop our objective of teaching English in school in 2 skills and have all the 4 skills and teach that from class 1, if not using it as medium of English. And this committee's recommendation, although was not accepted by Government of India, fearing backlash from the Hindi-speaking belt, but Government of India felt its urgent need, and wherever they started establishing new schools in central schools, particularly funded by central government. The Government of India offered education with English as medium of instruction, overcome the problems it faced, to be able to make the youth, to be able to empower the youth and the new generation with English language skills, so that they are ready to take up the jobs that are coming our way as a result of globalization. And input-output skill, the landscape of language skills got expanded, not English for merely for library purposes, but English for general communication purposes. So input skills, the output input listening, output speaking, input reading, output writing. So all the 4 skills started being offered, even in government schools. Today, if you open any textbook being prescribed in Telangana or Andhra or other places, or in central schools, you will see not just the 2 skills of reading and writing. You will see space for listening. You will see space for writing. You will also see space for vibrant communication activity. Now, what is the material being used for that? Items under this particular, once we have accepted all the 4 skills we've taught it, what are the items? We started teaching all the functions of language. Now, unlike grammatical items, as I had just discussed, of note taking, correction of sentences, speaking, writing accurately too, these are the functions of language, because we moved away from teaching English for grammar to teaching English for communication, not grammatical aspect, not grammatical competence, but the preoccupation, moved from teaching English for making accurate, grammatically acceptable sentences to communicative competence. Being able to use English fluency has gained the ground in the place of accuracy. That used to be the main preoccupation of our structural approach. You can see it here is now part of all textbooks. Those who are working in engineering colleges would know in their labs, this is what you do. You make your learners listen to as well as to say it back in both the output skills. More importantly, the speaking, you also have lab exam where it is predominantly speaking. It is all because of the efforts of government. Having seen the failure of earlier system, we accepted English for communication and started using communicative language teaching. So these are the functions that we have based on which we started preparing our textbooks. Now, what is the material used in our textbook? Unlike what it was all literature, not just literature, hardcore literature of earlier times. You're also very much aware of the fact that language changes and language is dynamic, and today's language is different from what it was 50 years ago. If you use literature, literary pieces as learning material, you're not teaching the language of contemporary language, but you are making your learners use yesterday's language, and thereby making them get rooted in the past, but not being able to use today's variety of language. So today's materials is mass culture. What is mass culture or mass culture? Ma is British, as you know, American. The mass cultures use learner-friendly materials, which means we take materials from the leisure time activities of our learners. For example, most of your learners, are into computer games, are into comics, are into songs. So all such things have become part of our textbook today. Newspaper articles, magazine stories, magazine articles, speeches of famous people, conversations, daily conversations, and also we started very authentic material being used today, and film clips, ads, songs, sitcoms, some portions of films. I'm sure you're aware of this because you're the one in engineering college, particularly, these things are predominantly used in their lab. So this is the material, which means this material is in tune with today's variety of language. It's also in tune with the leisure activities of the learners. So learners don't have any problem in identifying themselves with this material. So this is learner-friendly material. That's the word I've used over there. Today's material is compared to what it was. Sports activity also is now finding place in our learning materials. What is the methodology being used in order to make all the 4 skills available? The methodology is being followed today is not teacher-centered, teacher talk, not related to translation, but it is communicative, it is functional, and also it is situational. Earlier in my discussion, in my presentation, I said vocabulary and grammar used to be taught in isolation. But today, vocabulary is situational, vocabulary is functional, vocabulary happens within a communicative situation, within a communicative act, within a communicative function. And what's the predominant method used today? Unlike earlier days, it was only translational method completely, and today it's direct method. We as teachers use language expecting the learners to use the same. So teaching in the language that is being taught is, and the technique today, unlike the translational teacher-centric, is learning friendly or learner friendly. Learning friendly is more important as an expression to me, because learning presupposes the presence of both the teacher facilitated at the learners. That's why learning friendly activities, projects, teacher and learners work together, and there is a lot of interactivity. The methodology is, has undergone a sea change from teacher God speaking in two languages to teachers and learners come together to produce positive learning through interaction. Now, how are these elements treated? Unlike earlier times when vocabulary grammar was used out of context, but today, because of the CLT enforced vocabulary, we teach using pictures. We learners learn it by participating in pair works. We also have, luckily, there is a lot of facility for the use of digital apparatus, digital dictionaries they use, and it is all contextual learning, unlike the earlier times. And grammar is not pedagogy grammar today; it is function-based communicative grammar. I'm sure you would have known how we moved away from Renan Martin's pedagogic structural approach to what is today as communicative grammar. Raymond Murphy, for instance, that's the book that we generally recommend for use in our classes, which is based on language functions, unlike the earlier grammar books, which were written based on the structural approach. And when we had only reading and writing, there was no scope and space for teaching pronunciation. But today, yes, there is a huge space, because we start the input of listening, and because listening is there, our learners also learn pronunciation, which is focused in the sense that our pronunciation is linked to the language function. So it is focused, based the listening material. This vocabulary is based on the listening material. If the listening material for that particular day happens to be on elicitation, and the vocabulary, all that is based on that. So today's when we teach our pronunciation, on most of the activities of pronunciation are not from other countries, and we are trying to teach something called neutral English, which doesn't belong to any country, any group, or any nationality, but which is being understood by everybody, neither British nor American. But our concentration today is making our learners neutral. Neutral is free of MTI. Now, after this, we are going through one of the worst situations as far as education is concerned. Education is the main casualty as a result of the pandemic, and I term this pandemic pedagogy or pandemic propelled pedagogy. And we were all caught off guard all of a sudden on 19th March 2019, 2020, when we were all told that there is going to be a lockdown, and we didn't know what to do, nor did the world was in the know of what would happen to education. COVID-19 pandemic has made everything topsy-turvy. Everything. We were not prepared. We were all caught off guard, and none of us was really in the know of how to use the digital apparatus and virtual to conduct the teaching, learning. And all of a sudden, the government took a decision. Now let's move from face-to-face education to the online mode. So there's a huge paradigm. Is there paradigm shift? I can't see the paradigm. It's a huge, completely new thing that came on our faces. Learning online tools. But what was the benefit? Although teachers and many of us still find it very difficult. And what were the benefits? The learning online tools engaged students in learning became a big challenge. And in a country like ours, where everything is not commonly available, which is grossly multicultural, and in terms of economy, it is not equally distributed. Opportunities not equally distributed, and the same thing resulted in unequal distribution of of opportunities and gadgets. And in the countryside, I think 95% of the people, those who were chased away from their colleges and schools from the cities and went back to their rural, they really suffered a lot because of the lack of opportunities, lack of facilities in terms of broadband, in terms of gadgets, in terms of electricity. So they really suffered. And this pandemic, what happened was, as a result, even language teachers started teaching content, not the skill. Teacher continued to speak, and they in some places where the learners were lucky, they could only hear, take down notes, and it became exactly like teaching English for academic purposes. Only content they used to take down, and so as internet accessibility, high-end gadgets, affordability, this is what is called twice divided. It is again, made us think seriously as to what kind of society we have finally fostered. So learned language learning in the classroom, it's a big challenge. And we got only written responses, and there was huge demand from the government to pass everyone, and oral responses in the class or assignments to submit require high-end, but it was not possible really. So what the main casualty as a result is that our learners did not get much exposed. However, whoever had these opportunities, whoever had these gadgets and facilities got, used to, there's a huge now space open for them to experience different accents, different types of pronunciations. And that was one of the biggest, benefit that people had. One of the biggest benefit that people had. And now still we are trying to learn new things, to say things. So academics started gaining importance again. Only high self-motivated learners are succeeding. Listening skills are because you continue to listen to your teacher, and I think they are getting sharpened, and our learners are exposed to more of that. But access to different accent, I've already mentioned, is but lesser chance to practice speaking skills. So this is pedagogy. Pandemic pedagogy is not very encouraging, although slowly as teachers we are, and learners too are slowly trying to acclimatize themselves with a new way of learning. But I think we have to go a long way before we are on par with the rest of the developed worlds in making our learners acquire very good proficiency, acceptable proficiency, appreciable competency in all the 4 skills of this. I hope that this conference, this international conference, which is underway, will deliberate the problems and the challenges the teachers face, and also the sort of set of solutions provided will be useful for the future of teaching, hopefully future of teaching communication skills of LSRW plus the elements of language. Wishing the conference all the very best, a grand success. I want to thank and congratulate particularly the organizers from the Department of Humanities and Sciences, particularly the English department, Sucharan and others who have done a great job of putting things together like this. And that's all I have. I think Keynote doesn't have any questions.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Professor, sir. Those were some really great inputs with regards to functional approach to communication, and also a teacher and learner friendly medium that you let us know all about. Apart from that, what I liked was your throw on the pandemic that was going on, and how the situation actually gave rise to academic skills, okay, which started gaining importance. Okay, thank you so much, sir. So let's take the session forward. with the chief guest of today's inaugural session, Dr. Khalid Al-Mashiki, Dean, College of Arts and Applied Sciences, Dhofar University, Oman. Welcome, sir. I take it as my privilege to be reading your profile. Dr. Khalid Al-Mashiki is the Dean of College of Arts and Applied Sciences at Dhofar University since 2017. Prior to being appointed as Dean, Dr. Khalid served at Dhofar University in several positions: Assistant Dean of CAAS, Head of Education Department, Director of Center of Continuing Education and Community Service. Dr. Al-Mashiki is the Director of Center for Teaching and Learning and in charge of the unit of students with disabilities. Dr. Khalid has published several research articles in international peer-reviewed journals in the fields of leadership, teaching, and learning. He has presented in various national, regional, and international conferences. He is actively associated with ongoing research projects in Oman and abroad. Dr. Al-Mashiki has guided several master's theses and has served as examiner to many master's and PhD theses in Oman and abroad. Dr. Khalid is a passionate educator who prides himself as classroom teacher. He has won Anderson Gowtry Award, USA in 2009, and the Best Graduate Award from the University of Nebraska at Omaha, USA in 2015. Dr. Khalid is the founder of Future Leaders Program, FLP, in Oman. The FLP is a youth leadership program for high school students that started in 2013. In the last 6 years, Dr. Khalid has delivered and conducted more than 100 workshops, lectures, and training sessions in schools and at different NGOs and government and private organizations. He serves as a member of several committees at the university and in the community. Dr. Al-Mashiki is a certified reviewer for OAA, Institutional Standard Assessment and General Foundation Program Audit. He has been invited by several HEIs to serve as an external institutional and program reviewer. We welcome you, sir, on behalf of GRIT, to please start away with your valuable session.
Thank you very much. A very good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you very much for this very kind invitation. I'm honored and privileged to be with you this morning. Namaste, everybody. And thank you very much for having me. I wish all the best to this conference, and I wish all of you wonderful couple of days in this promising conference. Today's session, I'll be talking about a very specific part of teaching and learning, and it's not necessarily about language teaching, but it definitely can be part of that. But I'll be talking about the post-pandemic teaching and learning. Hopefully we can talk about post-pandemic now. At least in our part of the world, the pandemic is in the decrease, and the measures taken to constrain and control the pandemic are lessening now. So I'll be talking about the post-pandemic teaching and learning, and I'll talk about 4 different things. I'll talk about the challenges of teaching and learning faced during the pandemic, and then I'll move to the effects of the COVID-19 on students and educators, and then I'll talk about challenges of reopening schools and universities. And finally, I'll talk about bridging the gaps between what students should know and what they actually know after coming back to schools and universities. We all know that this pandemic has affected the entire world, and we as educators are part of a larger world, and our work has been affected enormously, just like any other field. schools were closed, universities and schools were forced to move online. A lot of them for the first time. Most of students never had any online experience, online learning experience. Educators were struggling at the beginning. And there were two main concerns that I want to focus on in that particular phase. The first one was health and safety, and the second one is online teaching, quality of online teaching, or concerns on quality. So when the pandemic started and universities and schools were forced to move online, and schools and universities were closing, and the main concern was to keep everybody healthy and safe as much as possible. So that was the main priority. And then eventually we moved to the online teaching and learning, exploring, navigating our way through this new experience. And along the way, a lot of issues occurred in terms of quality. And questions started to arise. Are teachers qualified to teach online? Are students prepared to attend online classes? Are as our wonderful keynote speaker earlier said, the curriculum, what's going on with the textbooks used? Are the textbooks and the curriculum and the teaching materials suitable for online mode? These were all questions that were asked, and people were seriously concerned about, especially educators and researchers, and as well as parents and students, concerned about lack of training for a lot of teachers on online. It's not only the use of technology, but also the pedagogical part of it. Yes, faculty and teachers were able to go online, whether it's Microsoft Teams, whether it's Zoom, Google Meet, whatever platform people were using. Yes, entering those platforms was challenging at the beginning, but people were able to get in. But the main question remained: are people or are teachers and faculty equipped with the necessary skills to conduct a productive and meaningful teaching session online? And what are the major differences between teaching a classroom face-to-face and a classroom online? Those were big challenges at the beginning. Some universities and some schools were able to bring in solutions right away, conducting pedagogical training, conducting manuals, producing policies, creating some sort of manuals of how to do what and when to do what. And of course, it was there is no one size fits all. Faculty members and teachers are different in terms of their technological skills, in terms of their pedagogical skills. And some faculty members and teachers are also parents and members of the community. So they were also struggling on their own with a lot of other issues. So this phase, the major challenge was, I'm talking about the beginning of the pandemic, concerns about what is a pandemic. A lot of us never heard of the word pandemic before. So our students, especially this generation, I don't think they've heard of the word pandemic. They've never experienced something like this. So those were the major two things: health and safety and issues related to quality of teaching and learning online, whether it is conducting a class, and prior to that, access to the educational or platform, technological platform that is used by a particular school or particular university, pedagogical assessment, and issues related to academic integrity, cheating, conducting exams and assignments, and all these sort of things. What are the major effects on students of the pandemic on students and educators? There are a lot of major effects on educators and educational system and students. The major one is there was a lot of people who lost their loved ones. So there was a lot of mental and psychological challenges that needed to be faced by individuals and sometimes by organizations. Some organizations lost their employees and their teachers due to the pandemic. There are also a lot of financial effects. Schools and universities were asked to cut on their budgets. They were asked to take a lot of preventive measures in order for them to sustain their financial resources and in order for them to maintain functioning. Some organizations struggled a lot financially as a result of the pandemic. And of course, the major of course, the major challenge as far as we are concerned as educators is educational. There's a lot of uncertainty, if you will, uncertainty of what is happening in the classroom online. Now, that was the first phase. Now coming back to schools physically and coming back to universities physically raised other set of challenges, and I'll summarize them in three major areas. So we're talking about a different set of challenges when schools and universities were asked to move online, and now coming back from online to physical classrooms. The universities and educational institutions in general, whether university level or schools level education, faced different set of challenges. The main one is, or the first one is, the health and safety. Conducting classes, ensuring that there is enough social distancing in the class, ensuring that all the classrooms are equipped with the preventive precautions to prevent COVID-19 as much as from spreading as much as possible, wearing masks during teaching and during learning sessions for students. And all these sort of health and safety measures that are taken. Of course, with all these health and safety measures come a different set of challenges. Classrooms do not feel normal again. There is something abnormal in the classroom environment. And the interaction is not as much as it used to be, or as much as it should be, between students and students. Group work is definitely discouraged. Peer work is discouraged. A lot of techniques that language teachers and other educators used to have in terms of teamwork activities, group work activities, are discouraged. As a result of that, a lot of technological applications and technical platforms occurred to substitute the normal or the regular group work activities or teamwork activities that used to take place prior to the pandemic. Now, the second challenge is the financial challenge during bringing students back to universities. And are the resources enough? If students are going to have social distances at 1 meter, 1.5 meters in between, how many classrooms do we have? Do we have enough spaces? Do we have enough resources Do we have enough teachers and instructors to teach a group of students that used to be in one class are now divided into sections and two different groups? So colleges and universities and schools are forced to do a lot of rebudgeting, a lot of sometimes part-time recruitment. The main component of our concern here is the pedagogical part. We have a group of students, a cohort, if you will, that went through an online mode of teaching. And that online mode of teaching made students or taught students a different set of habits. Bringing them back to the university, for them, it's a bit of a challenge to come back to a university. How do we really interact with them with all these constraints? How do we teach an English language grammar lesson, for example? How is it different now than what it used to be prior to the pandemic? Are students willing to listen to somebody who stands in front of them and lectures? If that's the case, to how extent or to how long can a faculty member or a teacher stand in front of a group of students and lecture, as opposed to doing an online activity or playing a video or asking a student to talk and unmute themselves on an online platform and talk. These are all sets of challenges that are pedagogical, and that are I think it is safe to assume that you agree with me when I say our classrooms prior to the pandemic are not the same classrooms today. At least the feeling is different. At least the expectations from our students are different now. Students expect faculty members to use technology a lot more than the expectations were 2 or 3 years ago. So with all this in mind, I will move to the last part of my talk today, and that is bridging the gap between what students should know and what they actually know. We are noticing, and I think research has also proven this, that there is a big knowledge gap between the students' level, actual level, what they really know about a particular topic. Let's take, since this conference is about ELT, let's take English language as an example. If a student is expected to be at IELTS level, band 7 in a particular course, now after the pandemic, that's the expectation. All right. Research has shown, and we've also seen, that the vast majority of students will not be in that particular band if that's the expectation, because of the loss of knowledge that has taken place in the last 2 years because of the online teaching and learning. With the online teaching and learning, a lot of set of challenges occurred, and one of them is the lack of interaction, the lack of human interaction between teacher and students, and student to student. And we know as educators that student and student interaction is extremely important, and it's extremely beneficial. So we're talking about a generation, a whole cohort that attended classes online, and now they are back in the classroom. And with that, there is a lot of knowledge that's missing. Now, how can we bridge that knowledge gap? as far as I'm concerned, I think there are enormous methods to do that, and a lot of ways to try to bridge the gap. Of course, teaching is there is no learning happening unless students are taking place. A teacher can be engaged in teaching all day long, but as long as there is no learning taking place from the student's part, then the teacher needs to rethink about what he or she is doing. So teaching and learning go hand in hand. So it's not only on the teacher, it's also on the student. But I strongly believe that teachers play a very instrumental role in the teaching and learning process. So to bridge the gap, teachers need to revisit their pedagogical knowledge. What are we doing as teachers in the classroom? How are we doing it? And most importantly, we need to convince students why we're doing what we're doing. Unless students have a strong why, it's going to be very difficult for them to buy into what we're doing. With that why, with that inner why, comes self-motivation, comes self-discipline, comes commitment, and comes hard work. And if these are combined with the right mindset from the student, along with a teacher who knows what he or she is teaching, that's the knowledge, and the pedagogical aspect of it, the how they are teaching. Are they lecturing? Are they spending most of their time standing in front of a group of students and telling them what they should do and what they should know? Or are they engaging them as much as possible, keeping in mind the COVID-19 protocols? It's not an easy job. It's a tough one, and it requires a lot of preparation. It requires a lot of research, a lot of searching for new ways of doing things, and it requires a lot of collaboration between teachers and faculty members among themselves. So that's the content part of it, the pedagogical part of it, and of course the technological. We are dealing with the digital native kids, and if we're thinking that these students prior to the pandemic are obsessed with technology, I think that obsession has doubled or tripled during the pandemic. And there are a lot of technological resources available out there for teachers and faculty members to use and to utilize in the classroom. So these are the three areas that I believe teachers should concentrate on. That's the content, the knowledge, the how, or the what is taught, and the pedagogical. Pedagogical is what are we doing, how are we teaching what we know, and of course integrating technology into delivering what we know in terms of knowledge and theories and skills to our students. And of course, keeping in mind the context. Context is extremely important. What works in Oman may not work in India, and vice versa. So we need to keep in mind the context and where we're teaching, where we're working, and the background of our kids. If we have students who speak 3 or 4 languages and we're teaching them English as a 4th language, as far as I'm concerned, the pedagogical aspect should be a little bit different from teaching a student who only speaks 1 language and English is the 2nd language. So keeping all these things in mind, knowing our students, knowing them as a group, and more importantly, knowing them individually. There is no one size fits all in education. It cannot be one size fits all approach. Education is a very individual experience. People have different set of skills. They have different set of characteristics or traits. They have different set of hopes and aspirations. And what appeals to me may not appeal to my classmate next to me. Yes, the textbook is the same. Yes, the curriculum is the same, but the approach should be different in lots and lots of cases. So to conclude this, bringing back students to campuses, whether those campuses are schools or universities, is not an easy task. It's as challenging as almost taking them online when the pandemic first hit. But we need to keep in mind 4 things. That's the number one is the content, the knowledge, the theory, and what we are teaching. Whether it is the 4 skills of English, or whether it's a math course or an engineering course. And then the second part is the pedagogical, the methodology, the techniques that really guides and that really guide and manage how we teach and how we approach our lessons. And then technology, how do we integrate technology, keeping in mind the context in which we work in. At the end, I'd like to say that we know as educators that learning doesn't always and only happen between a teacher and a student. It happens between a student and a teacher, the other way around, student to student, and in the classroom, creating a safe environment for everybody to work together, and everybody to feel safe, feel secure, feel appreciated, and for people to feel that they can be themselves. That's very important. Students and teachers relationship are key. Human connection is key. Making students feel that they matter, they are somebody, and they can be somebody is very important. For English language teachers or any language teachers per se, learning a language, and you all know, you're all experts in the field, teaching a language as a foreign language or a second language is not an easy job, but learning it is a tougher job. Our students need to feel that we are side by side with them. They need to feel that we are here for them. They need to feel that we love them for who they are. They need to feel safe. They need to feel appreciated. And our students need us. And I'm sure that all of us will always be there for our students. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor and privilege to be here with you this morning. I wish everybody a wonderful 2 days in this conference. And greetings from the Sultanate of Oman to all of you.
Thank you, sir. We just love the way you spoke about bridging the knowledge gap that occurred because of the online teaching that has been happening all across the globe, and how to bridge the gap between the student and the teaching medium. Thank you, sir. We loved the way we got to see insights into those aspects. Moving ahead, the next in the day 1 session is the conduction of the workshop. And I'm pleased to introduce Ms. Veena Krishnamurthy, IELTS and TOEFL Master Trainer. And the topic that Ms. Veena Krishnamurthy is going to address is the importance of intercultural communication in educational establishment.
Thank you. Good morning. Just give me a minute.
I would love to read your profile if you permit me. Ms. Veena Krishnamurthy completed the Cambridge CELTA Certificate in English Language Teaching to Adults in 2013 at the British Council and had since then developed content and delivered a range of general and business English training, both at the British Council and in companies such as Scope, Caterpillar, Sundram Fasteners, Pfizer, Scheidner Electricals, to name a few. She is a certified IELTS Global Masterclass trainer and a Cambridge presenter. In addition to these sessions, she has been teaching, translating, and interpreting in French for over 2 decades in various establishments, including the Alliance Franchise, MCTM International School, Chennai Global International School, Wipro, Matixim Technologies. Her other skills in French include interpretation and translation. So far, she has trained countless students and teachers across India. With the recent addition of the ETS TOEFL Global Masterclass in the trainer certificate, she'll soon train trainers pan-India. Some of her landmark achievements include content development and training for the Unilever-sponsored GRIET Career Academy, Skill Up course done in collaboration with the British Council. For the underprivileged in South India, where she had the privilege of teaching English for the workplace and general English to over 150 students. Another important event in her career was the simultaneous interpretation carried out for India's former President Padma Shri Dr. Abdul Kalam's speech during the World Metropolis Congress held in Hyderabad in 2014. Her qualifications include a Master's in Commerce, C2 level in French Language and Civilization, and a Diploma in Business French. Other certificates include Certificate in Translation and CEFRL Certificate as Examiner for French, IDP, IELTS Masterclass, CELPIP OET Preliminary Training. She has attended various training programs organized by the British Council and the Embassy of France on methodology, use of teaching aids, organizing of pedagogical activities, corporate training, and cross-cultural training. She's also familiar with creating content with Smart Notebook and active inspire and use of Smartboard in class. She's also been to France for a month-long language training. SynchroLearn Language Private Limited, earlier liveguru.in, is Ms. Veena Krishnamurthy's entrepreneurial venture, which has been providing customized training for both individuals and groups in languages, exam preparation courses, and teacher training globally since 2010. Clients include reputable organizations such as Amazon, Chargebee, Delhi Public School, TASK, to name a few. Ma'am, we take pleasure in inviting you to take the session forward. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you very much. So good morning, everybody. We've all heard of the crane and fox story, where each one was invited to the other's residence. When the crane visited the fox, he was served food in a plate. And when the fox went to the crane's home, he was served in a deep vessel. So what was the result? Both of them returned hungry and resentful. Was it the host's deliberate attempt to insult the invitee, or could it have been some other reason? So we are going to find out about all this today. My name is Veena Krishnamurthy, and I feel honored to present my thoughts in this workshop on the importance of intercultural fluency in educational establishments. But first, I would like to take the opportunity to thank the principal, Dr. J. Praveen, the convener, Dr. Sucharan Reddy, the esteemed guests from various parts of the globe, and all the other teachers of the Gokaraju Rangaraju Institute of Engineering and Technology attending the first international virtual conference on newer perspectives on LSRW practices. So during my learning journey as a foreign language trainer, I've observed that a great deal of miscommunication occurs because people didn't understand each other. This could be attributed to several factors. Language definitely is one, but culture is another major important aspect of the communication part of it. So to understand culture, let us first try defining it. Before I jump into the session, just a little bit of housekeeping. Please do keep your mics on mute. This is going to be an interactive session, so I would like you all to participate with your answers in the chat box. And if you have any questions, if we have the time, I would be very happy to take them right at the end of the session. So without any further ado, let's start with what we are going to look at today. So the first thing that we are going to look at is the definition of culture and why this is important. Speakers before me, including Dr. Shekharam, he spoke about communication becoming very important today for budding engineers and other students, fresh graduates, because they're going to apply outside, or they may have to communicate in their, work aspects with people from different parts of the world. But today, what we have realized is, but they also need to communicate with people from different states. India itself is like a huge, very, very huge world by itself, with different states, with different languages, different cultures. So here we need to see that communication happens easily. Dr. Venkatreddy mentioned the changes in the materials that are being used. For example, gamification, learner-centric, contemporary, authentic, and video and audiovisual content. So what we need to see is, does the methodology focus on the cultural aspect also in communication? As Mr. Almakshi mentioned, he said the post-pandemic teaching, and even during the pandemic, classrooms are not normal, and even now, post-pandemic, when physical presence is required in the classrooms, the interactions still are not completely normal. So how does an understanding of culture play a very important role in a student's life? So that's what we are going to look at. So first, let's look at what culture is all about. So which of these words would you associate with culture? I'll just give you about 30 seconds. If you could post your responses in the chat box, I'd be really happy. Live festivals, traditions, wonderful. Absolutely. So I see a lot of words coming in. A lot of people are mentioning traditions. So let's take a look and see how culture is being defined. So it's an umbrella term which actually refers to all the things that you saw earlier, all the words that you saw on the screen just a few seconds back. All of these are included in the definition of culture, but it also includes social behavior and norms found in human societies, the knowledge, beliefs, customs, everything. So this is a definition taken from Wikipedia. It is also the characteristics and knowledge of a particular group of people. All right. And this includes music, religion, social habits, music, arts, everything. And here you will notice that there is a very important word, which is socialization. So what do we understand by this? Culture is the basis of socialization. Being able to identify with the group and also being able to communicate with others, network with others. These are all very important. And to understand the unique patterns that are associated with a particular group helps in free communication, more effective communication. On a lighter note, do you agree culture is similar to marriage? One never knows one's partner completely, despite having lived together for ages. So culture is always evolving. There are lots of things that are coming up. There are lots of changes that keep happening all the time. So one has to be very careful about how one responds, and one has to do one's research very carefully. So where can we learn more about what culture is? Suppose we are going to meet somebody new. How do we equip ourselves to better deal with the situation, to better deal with the communicational situation that is likely to come up? What are the differences that you're likely to find? So how would you do your research? What are the different methodologies for understanding what the culture is? How would you do your research? So I'm going to give you another 15 seconds to quickly post your answers. How would you do your research to find out about another culture? I'm sure all of you will say Google, but in addition to Google, all right, literature. All right, learning language, that's an interesting one. All right, so let's look at all the different ways of learning about another culture. Yes, traveling is a very important one. So reading books, Googling, watching videos on stereotypes that are available, comparing it with your own culture, looking at yourself from another person's perspective. This is a very important aspect. Having an open mind and learning as you go along. So as you travel, as you read, as you Google or stereotype, all these things, what is important is to have an open mind and try to learn as you go and not get fixated with one particular idea. All right, so does intercultural fluency refer to people from different countries, or does it apply to people from your own culture also? So not necessarily. As I mentioned earlier, India is a vast country with each state, each household having its own traditions, customs, and practices, which are influenced by many factors such as food, upbringing, traditions, practices, family history, region, language, to name a few. Understanding one's own culture and that of our neighbor is perhaps the first step to understanding or moving towards understanding other people and then slowly adapting to a global culture. We have attempted to define culture. Let us now observe it a little bit more closely to find out what exactly it is all about. So culture up close. So what do you see here? I'm going to give you exactly 10 seconds. If you can post your answers in the chat box, it would be great. What do you see here? It's a very simple, straightforward answer. Yes, absolutely. You see a tree. All right. So what do you see now? So what you saw earlier was a part of a tree, and you saw the branches and the leaves and a bit of the sky there. What is below this? It is the roots that you see here and how deeply it is going. So culture is similar to this tree. There is a part that is visible and there is something that is hidden and invisible. So it's important to understand both for effective communication. How do we become what we are? So thinking about the tree, think about how we become what we are. So there is something called the acquired me, and there is an innate me. So what does this refer to? When you look at the tree, there is something that is above and there is something that is below. So we have something that we learn as we go along, and there is something that we are born with. So we see the tree here and we have seen the roots here. All right. Now look at the parts that are above the soil. What are the different things that affect a person at this level? So we see that first of all, there is an influence from the family. All right. Then it goes to education. So there are changes that come about in a person. Then it's the profession that changes us a little bit. We form certain principles and we acquire a bit of certain practices because of our profession. Then there is an influence of the state or the region in which you live. that is also there. That also affects your culture quite strongly. And then there is the national culture. As a nation, what is it that you need to follow? What is it that you need to believe in? What is it that you need to practice? And finally, the global culture. So starting from family, we go to the global culture. And then there is the individual culture, which is below the surface. And this is what we are talking about. We are born with this. All right. So this is what we are. This is something that is inside us. So there are two levels here that two different aspects of culture that we see. So one is the external one, which is above the surface, and the other one, which is internal, which is below the surface. Understanding both these are very important for us to communicate effectively. So how does your cultural identity get impacted? So we looked at global. So what do we understand by global? So knowledge and response to different languages. As English language teachers, all of us know that it is important to speak one language that everybody understands, and responding to this appropriately is important. So here, nationalities, cultures, understanding all this, accepting different levels of culture, and all these things are important. When you receive or when you travel, when you receive visitors or when you travel, it is important to understand how people behave and how you should behave. And it's also important to understand how to work with other cultures. So the reason why I'm talking about this is, I would like you to also question yourself whether your methodologies of teaching a particular language, does it include all these things? Does it focus on the final output also? Does teaching include all these aspects? On a national level, does the student or the person think about the political, religious, educational, linguistic, developmental values, acceptance of practices, etc.? On a state level, we speak about regional practices, culture closer home, celebrations, customs, practices. So man is a social animal. He needs to feel a part of a group, a social group all the time. So when they actually adhere to the state, national, and global culture, they are making it known that they would like to be a part of this group, and they are adapting to this group. At a professional level, a person needs to feel a part of a company. They need to feel appreciated. The company culture is important. They need to understand the mission, values, and relationship with colleagues, job satisfaction. All these play a very important role in culture. When we talk about an educational establishment, we're talking about schools, colleges, universities. We're talking about teachers, friends, recognition, all-round development, etc. And finally, when we speak about the family, we are talking about parents, extended family, values, behavior. What is it that we learn from the family? How do we extend this to our external life, our role models, etc.? So we have spoken about what is above the surface so far. Now, below the surface, that is me. What do we understand? So here we all know the story where the monkey tells the fish, that since it cannot come out of the water and climb onto the tree, perhaps it's not an animal it's not a normal animal. So questioning one's abilities helps us to understand one's own identity and be confident about one's abilities. So if you look at this fish here, for a long time, it thought that there was something abnormal with it, till another animal came along, a tiger, if I remember right, which came along and tells the fish that it is a fish and it can only swim. It can only be in the water. So that is when the fish understands its own identity and becomes confident about its own abilities, and it doesn't believe another person. So how does this play an important role in culture? So for every student to understand what they are capable of, what they are learning, and how they can adapt to the outside world is very important. So teaching them, giving them this confidence about their own abilities, their own cultural identity is important as trainers, especially as language trainers. So how does understanding culture help? So I have spoken for quite a while now. I'm going to give you about 10 seconds. How do you think understanding all this, that I've spoken about so far, how is it going to help a candidate, a student? So over to you. You can post your answers in the chat box. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Aishwarya. They can easily relate to it. Okay. Identifying self and the other. Yes, absolutely. Better communication. Yes, thank you. All right, so let us check. So the first and foremost thing is to understand yourself. And why is this important? We're going to find out in a few minutes. All right, understanding yourself, better understand others. So when you understand yourself, you are in a better position to understand another person, appreciate their difficulties, their qualities, etc. You can also anticipate problems. When you understand yourself and when you understand others, and when you go to a new culture, you might have an idea about what sort of problems you're likely to encounter, what challenges you're likely to come across or face when you meet another person from a different culture or when you put in a different culture. And this will help you to adapt your communication skills. The whole thing will help you to communicate better, to effectively talk to people when you understand the other person's communication styles. So let us look at this part of it a little bit more closely now. So a little activity for you. Think of 5 words that best describe you. Out of these words, I know there are plenty of words, but I can't put all the words here. So I just thought I'd pick up a few words just to give you an idea. Think about 5 words that best describe you. Now, you can, if you are in a group, sitting in a group out there, you can ask people who are sitting with you, or you could ask your family member if you're at home, would they choose the same 5 words? Would they choose 5 words to describe you? And you can match these. Are they the same words, exactly the same words? What do you think? Would they be the same words? They're different, absolutely, yes. You will find maybe 1 matches, 1 or 2 match, but the other words might be different. Now, why is this important? I have been speaking about culture and communication skills, and that is where all this actually comes in handy. So the most important thing is when you understand yourself and when you understand the other person looks at you a little differently, you have to start thinking about how you communicate. What is your communication style? All right. So we are now going to look at how communication changes from person to person. So your own perspective and the other person's perspective is what we're looking at. What is your communication style? Think about these things. And think about in which part of it you would fit. Which slot do you fit into? 1, 2, 3, or 4? Which is your predominant style? Now, when we talk about communication style, it is not always the same. It depends on the context. It depends on where you are, with whom you are actually interacting with. But there is a general communication style that is very typical of you. So that would be the most predominant style. But sometimes there could be 2 styles that combine together. And that's how your communication style would be. So if you are interested in what will be done, by whom and when, so what is your communication style? You are more of an action person. You want things very quickly, you want timelines, you want deadlines, and you want information that is aligned to this. Anybody who gives you information, or when you give information, it is aligned to deadlines, times, schedules, etc. And what is actionable? What are the actionable items? If you are interested more in what is being said rather than who is saying it or how they're feeling, you value expertise and competence, you're focusing more on content. So you like information, description, etc. Now, if you are interested in the emotions and feelings of another person, you are a people person. I will talk about why these things are important when I describe how these affect communication. And the last one, if you are interested in how long someone will talk and whether you have the time to listen to them, you are a time person. So why is this important? And analyzing yourself in terms of what sort of a person you are is very important, because when you give information to the other person, you are focusing on yourself rather than on the other person. So you tend to give information in the way you are comfortable with, and not give the information focusing on how the other person likes to receive it. So here, self-analysis and understanding others is very important. People you work with may have a strong preference for one or two styles. It could be action and people, time and content, etc. Being aware of these preferences helps to engage better. So as teachers, sometimes we feel that we are just talking, but the other person is not responding at all. Now, it could be not just as a teacher, but also when you actually interact with people, within the organization. Sometimes you feel that there is no response, there is no engagement from the other side. So this could be because your communication style is not adapted to the audience, to your listener, to the person who is listening to you. So when you meet people from new cultures or from a new background, you might require the people style depending on where these people are from. For example, from the UK, if you're meeting people from the UK, they first like a little bit of interaction, a little bit of a small talk before you actually jump into the content. When you're dealing with the French, they might like to talk a little bit about food, weather, and other things, sports, football, etc., before you actually jump into the content. And with Americans, generally they like to, after the preliminary greetings are over, they like to jump into the content straight away. So it all depends on whom you're dealing with and whom you're talking to. For people with tight schedules, time or action style is very important. Say what you have to very quickly and get on with it instead of beating around the bush. Some like detailed explanation because they like to go into details. So why was this important? Now let us come to this part where we were talking about adapting our communication styles when you are actually teaching your students how to talk to people, how to adapt to global situations, or how to make presentations. Tomorrow when they start working, they have to think about their audience. Which communication style should they adapt? So if you're looking at somebody who likes data, who's data-driven, make sure that your content is data-driven and you give all the information very quickly. So this would be more of an action style. Now, the first picture that we see is for somebody who likes action. They need to see dates and timelines, etc. Now, I'm going to give you about 15 seconds, and I'd like you to think about the other ones and think about the communication style used in each of these, in B, C, and D. Is it action, people, time, or content? Please post your answers in the chat box. So A is action. What about B, C, and D? All right, what about B? B is more suitable for a person who is interested in content, so people, absolutely. What about C? Again, is action. D is again about people. B could also be time, because you see we have 2015, 2020, and we're giving data here. So it could be for P, time also. So you can see that some of these overlap, but the most important thing to remember is when you share content as teachers, it is important to share it in a way that your students like to receive it, but at the same time also to reiterate the fact that tomorrow when they go out into the world, into their professional lives, they have to think about how to share their data. All right, how they share their talk, how they do their writing. So all these are important for their writing, reading, listening, and speaking skills. All these play a very important role in all the 4 skills. So now when we talk about interpersonal relationships in educational establishments, we have 4 aspects. One is the management, we talk about staff, we talk about external stakeholders and non-admin staff. So everybody has to realize how to adapt their talk so that all these people, the communication is effective. They are able to reach out to all these people in the right way. One cannot use the same kind of language or the same kind of communication style. The one that we use with the teacher, we cannot use it with an external stakeholder. What we use with the maintenance staff cannot be used with the management. So it is important to think about all these things when you actually interact with people from different sections of an educational establishment. And adapting your style for each of these sets is very important. And when this is not done, that is when misunderstandings occur, problems start occurring. Now, adapting your style of communication is not only about projecting the content, but it is also about tone, your body language, your facial expression, your behavior, building a rapport with another person, and also becoming approachable yourself. So all these things are important when you talk about adapting your style of communication. Now let's look at a little bit of language here and look at how adapting your style comes into this. Now, first of all, using polite language, as language teachers, all of us know the difference between can you, could you, and I was wondering if you could. So which one would you use? With whom? For example, can you might use it with a colleague or with a student. Could you might use it when it is a little bit more formal. I was wondering if you could, when it is a very formal situation. And you will notice that there are some softeners before you actually come to the message. I was wondering doesn't actually mean much. All right, there's no meaning in actually adding this. It is just a softener before you come to the main message. So this is being very polite. So using polite language according to the person that you're talking to is very important. So this is a cultural aspect that has to be looked at when we are dealing with it in our classrooms. Using language appropriate to the context. For example, happy to see you versus pleased to welcome you all. Happy to see you, you can say that when it's a warm, small group of known people. Pleased to welcome you all when it is a slightly more formal occasion. And then it becomes more and more formal with unknown people, etc. Now, the third thing is when we actually speak to another person, it is very important to also think about how we actually share our message. Using jargon, using advanced language, it might not help in every situation. So when you talk to people, you need to understand how to actually speak to another person. Now here I have a small passage for you, not a passage exactly, a small piece of text. And I'd like you to tell me what this actually refers to. Two miners of opposite genders walked on an inclining path with the intention of returning with a receptacle carrying an inorganic, transparent, tasteless, odorless liquid. What am I talking about? This is a very famous nursery rhyme, actually. Can you identify the nursery rhyme? Absolutely, Jack and Jill, you cracked it. All right. So I can say the same thing in a very simple way. So depending on whom I'm talking to, if the other person is not aware of all this, all these technical words, receptacle, inorganic, transparent, etc., my communication is incomplete. So the first thing is to simplify your content so that the other person can understand what you're saying. All right. So that is very important in communication. It is not about impressing somebody with your knowledge, but speaking in such a way that the other person understands what you're saying so that the communication is complete. So this is about adapting your language and also acknowledging and adapting to cultural differences in language is very important. As I said earlier, some conversations start with pleasantries or some rhetoric expressions in some cultures. How are you doing today? Sometimes people don't actually wait for an answer, but they just continue. Understanding that if they don't respond to you, it is not because they're not interested in your response. It is just a way to acknowledge your presence. That's all. The way we say namaste. All right. So understanding that and not feeling hurt and not stopping, talking to the other person is important here. All right. So some people say, would you look at that? Clouds, looks like it's going to rain. So there is a lot of chit chat or small talk before they actually jump into the conversation. Now, all this, how is it going to help in a classroom? Now, I'm going to also come to the English language proficiency tests and how this, the aspect of intercultural fluency affects these. Now, as an IELTS and TOEFL trainer and the other tests that you see, what I have noticed is students in the classroom, they learn the language, they learn polite language, they learn connotation, etc., but they have not actually worked on this cultural aspect. Let me give you an example. A student who is taking the IELTS general test, they have to write a letter. So when they start writing, let's say the context is a complaint letter that has to be written to a company or let's say to a hotel, because the visitor, the traveler did not like their services for some reason. So very often students start with, I hated the service in your hotel. So this is a bit of a shock for somebody who is from a different culture. So when they're taking these English exams, they need to understand that the English writing convention has to be understood. So this can come through understanding a little bit of the intercultural part of it. So how do we start such a letter? So maybe one or two things. I stayed at your hotel and it was I've always stayed at your hotel, but this time, unfortunately, I had an unpleasant experience. So something like that, start with a very short positive note, and then jump into something that is, that's the main purpose of your letter. And sometimes students forget that purpose is very important when they write. So these are all intercultural aspects that students need to understand in their writing and speaking. All right. And this will help them when they actually move to a different culture, when they actually want to study overseas, or when they take up permanent residency in a different country. So communication skills, which focuses on all these things, if they are taught in the classroom, will help a student to adapt much better. And it will also definitely help them to crack the exams and move to the university that they want to much more faster. But more than everything, it also helps them to understand each other better, work together as a team. Now, this is very important because in the communication classes that I've been conducting over the last couple of years, especially in organizations, what I notice is within the organizations, within the Indian context also, sometimes people find it difficult to communicate with each other. So it has become of quintessential importance to understand how to communicate even within your own community in the right way without creating misunderstandings. So intercultural fluency, if it is developed right from school days and college days and university days, it becomes easier for students to adapt to the outside world much more faster, and to their professional life also. All right, so I'm going to give you about a minute or two to recap what you feel you have learned from today's session. So what do you think are the key takeaways for you? Please post your answers in the chat box. Thank you, Ms. Rajeshwari. Thank you, Dr. Kanti and Dr. Radhika. Yes, absolutely, Aishwarya. Yes, Dr. Hari Babu, I think you have actually said something very interesting. How to bring out the learners from their culture shock. I think this happens also when you have students coming from villages, when they come to the city, when they come to the colleges, universities, when they have to interact with people, they find it very difficult. I'm sure you've heard your students talking about this, finding it very difficult sometimes to adjust, to adapt to life here. Yes, absolutely. The rural milieu does find it very difficult. In fact, that has been the situation in many of the organizations where I've gone to work. Many people have come from a rural background. Therefore, when they complete their engineering or other courses, and when they come to the organization, it becomes increasingly difficult for them to communicate with people. First of all, because they don't understand the culture, not just the company culture, but also about the styles of communication, etc. Just yesterday, in fact, when I asked somebody to summarize a very short article, I found the person was not able to, find out the most important details. And to summarize it, there was a lot of beating around the bush because this person is not used to direct communication, first of all, and also because this person has not developed the confidence of saying what they want to directly. So And this is somebody with over 20 years experience in a particular field. I'm not talking about somebody who's just started in their professional life, but they have recognized this need after 20 years of being in a particular organization. So you can imagine it can affect a person at any point in life. You feel the need of, cultural fluency, and suddenly it'll hit you. This culture shock will hit you. Yes, we have to change our style of communication. It is not about changing yourself completely, but it is only about adapting your style of communication. So it doesn't mean that you change as a person completely. So let's recap all the points that we have looked at. Culture has multiple definitions. So each person has got a different definition for it. And miscommunication can occur due to several reasons, but culture is one of the main reasons. Language is another reason. These two things together, if students work on them, they can actually reduce a lot of misunderstandings. All right. And understanding and adapting to different cultures, it can reduce misunderstanding. And when you analyze yourself, for example, if you are a time person, if you are somebody who likes schedules and action, etc., what you look for in another person when they speak to you is the same kind of approach. And when this doesn't match, that is when miscommunication occurs. That's when there is a little, you move back and say, this is not the style that I want. All right. So this becomes a little bit of a miscommunication there. So what is important is reading, listening, writing, and speaking. They are important tools of communication. And in all the four aspects, it is important to understand and adapt to the intercultural part of it so that we understand this better and we communicate better. Now, let's just take a look at the reading part of it. Now, very often students who are taking tests, they read, they have about, let's say, a 300-word passage that they have to read. Many of them, even after spending 1 hour, are not able to summarize what this is because they have not learned how the technique of reading is done. They have not learned the strategies. They've not understood that in a particular culture, this is how people write. All right. So once they crack that, it just takes about 5 minutes for them to understand the entire passage. All right. So this is something that has to be looked at in the classrooms. Now, listening. When they listen, understanding pauses, understanding the meaning of certain words as they are said, which is the direct meaning, and also the implicit meaning, inferring from the content that is said or that is read is also very important. So in all these things, the cultural dimension plays an important role. And when writing and speaking, if they are taking an international test, they have to adapt themselves or adapt their writing and speaking to suit this, the occasion. So these are all important tools of communication. And as teachers, we have to think about introducing students to these and helping them adapt to these when they read, write, speak, or listen. All right. So, so to conclude, effective communication in a multicultural context, it is important to focus on all the 4 skills. Read what is authentic, listen to people, focus on writing and speaking in a style appropriate to the context, to the situation. So all these are important for communication to be a two-way thing and to go without any kind of misunderstanding. It was a pleasure to share my thoughts with all of you. Once again, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to the convener, to the principal, the GRIET and the ICMED, and to all you participants for the wonderful participation and for your patience. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you, ma'am. That was a wonderful session, particularly the aspects that you chose to cover upon, which talks about intercultural aspects which need to be focused or adapted for that matter to be able to foray into higher studies or the choice of the universities, particularly for students. Apart from that, the mismatching of approaches, which can lead to a lot of miscommunications, was something worth learning, ma'am. That was really wonderful. Thank you so much. Taking the day 1 session forward, I take upon this opportunity to invite Dr. K. Elango Professor and Head Department of English, formerly, Anna University, Chennai, and LTI Secretary. Dr. K. Alango is currently the National Secretary of English Language Teachers Association of India, the oldest and the largest network of English language teachers in our country. He was a former professor and head of the Department of English at Anna University with about 4 decades of teaching experience. He's committed to indigenizing English language teaching at different levels, primary, secondary, and tertiary, thereby radically departing from the Western-driven theories and practices. Besides, deeply interested in cultivating book reading culture among learners of all age groups based on their domains of interest. Failure to revive this habit will drive the future generation to futureless Stone Age. So I would like to invite Dr. K. Alango to please take the proceedings further. Welcome, sir. Dr. K. Alango.
Hello, sir, your session. Are you there, sir? Okay. It started, sir. Just now, you said.
Dr. Alango, you may proceed, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah.
Welcome to the session.
Thank you. Could you please inform Dr. Sucharan that I've joined?
Yes, sir. Please.
Okay.
So you want me to run the slide?
I'm going to start off, Sridharan.
So I have given you co-host, sir. You can proceed sharing your screen.
Do I start off right away?
Yeah, you can. The video part I will look after, sir, if you're unable to do.
Yeah. Video, I won't be able to do it. I want you to do it.
Answer.
Okay.
So you try to run the slideshow.
Yeah, just 1 second. Can you see my slide?
Yes, sir. Your slides are visible, but run the slideshow.
1 second. Let me check. Is it all right?
No, sir.
Okay, once it says move, please move this window away. While stop sharing.
Yes, sir. Your slides are okay.
Okay, let me check whether it is moving. Is it moving?
Yeah, the slides are moving, sir.
Okay. Right. Do I start off? Dr. Sridharan, do I start?
Proceed, sir.
Yeah. Good morning, friends. To start with, I would like to thank Dr. Sucharan for giving me this opportunity, and Dr. Sridharan as well. I'm technologically challenged. In case I run into problem, I'm sure that he is going to rescue us or rescue me. As you could see, I've titled my presentation as Damn the Flow, Teaching Learning Trajectory of English. As far as the second half of the title is concerned, I don't think we have got any issue. But look at the first half of it, Damn the Flow. Why should the flow be stopped, halted, and if possible, reversed? These are some of the issues or the questions that I'm likely to raise during the presentation and find some kind of answers for that. We all know that English has a long history in our country. We really do not know when English reached us, hit our shores. But there are a couple of historical facts. The first one is in the year 1600, when Queen Elizabeth granted a charter to East India Company, permitted them to monopolize the trade in our country, we could say that English reached us. And the second important fact is 1835. All of us know the significance of this particular year. This was the year known for Macaulay's Minutes. Lord Macaulay came up with his minutes, and because of which English language was institutionalized in all walks of life, especially in the field of education. So you could say that English in our country is about 400 years old. If not 400 years, at least it's about 200 years old. Even though English is there in our soil for so many years, English has failed us, or we have failed English. I would like to look at the kind of prevalence of English in our institutions, in the education sector. At the moment, we have got about 1,000 universities, 45,000 colleges, 1.5 million schools, 9.7 million teachers, and 315 million students. You know, there are already 2 countries globally which have more than 315 population, obviously China and the United States of America. That's the reason why our country is still described as a youthful country. So English is present in all these institutions. There is no escape for any student. You know, English is taught right from the first standard onwards in almost all the states. I don't think there is any exception. In all the states, I would say now English is taught to all the students. But as we all know, we don't seem to have acquired the English language. As I said earlier, English has failed us. Even though we are vaguely aware of the fact that our students have not acquired English skills, have not got the enough competence to be proficient users of English language, we have not done any serious research in this area. We don't have any kind of credible records to establish that our learners are still lacking in English language. The only document that is credible document is that is available to us is titled English Next India. This was brought out by David Bradell on behalf of British Council in the year 2010. It's about a decade-old document. I'm sure some of you are familiar with it. David Bradell is a Brit. He was applied linguistics. He was applied linguist. And in the year 1997, he came up with a well-researched very significant document that's called Future of English. Again, he has done it for the British Council. The reason being, we know that English now has become a kind of product, a kind of commodity. This is a tiny island. Once it was the center of the universe, but now it has become a tiny island, and they want to sell this particular product to the rest of the world. Only then the tiny island would survive in the days to come. And in the year 2006, he came up with another very significant landmark document that is called English Next. In 2010, he came up with this document, English Next India. Very, very significant document. It's a very slender document. It runs into only about 125 pages. I think it's available online. I wish all of us could go through this particular document because it gives us such an interesting insights, and we can get to know how to go about teaching English in our country. He makes many observations. I'm going to refer to only 4 important observations that he makes. He says a major shift towards English. Now, the last 1 or 2 decades, I would say, or slightly more than that, there is a shift towards English. Once it was considered to be a language of the elites, but now it has become a tool in the hands of common man for his upward mobility, upward social mobility or professional mobility. It wasn't the case earlier. Only now there is a kind of a shift towards it. And another important fact that's happening in our country is that, you know, our country is becoming more urbanized. It's predicted that by 2050, 50% of the Indians, now it's only, 70% of the Indians live in rural areas, but 2050, we will have about 50% of the Indians living in urban centers. And with the aspiring middle class, we know the middle class has grown in size. So more number of people are using English language, and they are using for more number of purposes than ever before. And it's found out that 10% of Indians can use English with certain amount of proficiency, which means about 140 million people in our country can use the language. Okay, it's next only to the United States of America, where 78% of Americans can use English language. That's about 240 million. Another popular language in America is Spanish. About 40 million Americans can use that particular language. If you take our country, in our country, it's only next to Hindi. Hindi is spoken by about 530 million people. And the next is English. Only then we have the Indian languages like Bengali, Marathi, Telugu, Tamil in the same order. So English has become such a significant language in our country. But he goes on to say that national improvement of English skills is too slow. He compares it with China and mentions that China may have more number of English speakers than India has. Not only with China, he also compares with other countries wherever English is taught and learned. They say, he says that the progress in those countries is much faster, but in our country, it is too slow. Only certain pockets in our country speaks English, maybe Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, Bangalore, Hyderabad. You know, these are some of the places where people are in a way fluent in using this particular language, but not the entire country. And he goes on to say that poor English is holding back Indian higher education. That's the sad part of it. Leave alone making progress, we have become status quo. Even status quo is quite fine. I think we are deteriorating primarily because of the poor English. In spite of the fact that we have got English at least for about 200 years, we are not able to make any kind of progress. One of the other reasons can be kind of attitude that we have towards English. But anyway, it's holding back Indian higher education. And then he comes up with a solution. The solution is diversity of approaches. I mean, today, the last 4 or 5 decades, we have been talking about communicative approach. Unfortunately, this particular approach is followed at all levels, whether it is the primary level, secondary level, or tertiary level. It's like one size fits all. It cannot happen that way. So Brit himself suggests that India should have diversity of approaches. Okay, we need to come up with our own theories, our own approaches, our own methods, our own strategies, our own techniques, whatever you call them. That's the reason why the association ELTA is taken up on itself very seriously to come up with indigenous theories, homegrown approaches. We know much better than any of the outsiders. So I think we need to create Indian ELT, like Indian writing in English. The last 7-8 decades, we've been talking about it, right from the time Srinivas Iyengar came up with a series of lectures on the University of Leeds. In our country, began to talk about Indian writing in English. But millions of teachers, as I mentioned, involved in English language teaching, but yet we don't have Indian ELT. I think we reached a point in time where we need to come up with the diversity of approaches, and we need to follow that at different levels. And I would like to refer to one other survey that was conducted by Aspiring Minds. This was done in the year 2015. Slightly, it's about 6 or 7 years old, and I couldn't find any other statistics which was conducted very recently. Aspiring Minds conducted the survey in about 500 colleges with 30,000 students. It's fairly representative of what's happening in our country, but it was conducted only for the engineering graduates. And it was found out that, as you could see, 67% of the engineering graduates do not have the required skill to get employed in the knowledge economy. And 97% of them can't get the employment in the high-end job in the corporates or in the business sectors. It's only just about 7% of the engineering graduates alone have the capability, have the potential to get some meaningful jobs. This is the pathetic state. Isn't it a pitiable state? We said that English is about 400 years old or at least 200 years old. And so many of us are studying English right from the first standard, yet English has not found the root in our country. Okay, this is a fact today. I want to establish that. This is one of the important aspects I wanted to mention. Okay, English is in a pitiable state in our country. Let's go on to look at the kinds of students that we have in our country now. This generation, as all of us are familiar with this expression, Gen Z. Americans would call it Gen Z. Okay, and Gen Z students are quite different from the kind of students that we were. Some of us were students in 60s and 70s, 80s and 90s, or maybe in even the first decade of the 21st century. I was a student in 60s and 70s, but the kind of student that we were, quite different from the kind of student that we have in our classes. Let's look at some of the important features of this Gen Z. Okay, I find this word cloud an interesting image. It's a very good mnemonic device, a strategy. What we need to do is the key expression or the keyword, we put it in the center. Here we are looking at Generation Z, and then around which we mention all the important tags. We have got expressions like the digital, gadgets, ambitious, technology, connected, mobility, savvy. You can throw in all the important expressions related to the Generation Z. Instead of reading a very descriptive article, if you have this kind of image, a graphic image, you'll be able to get all the features of all the characteristic features of the Generation Z. Let's look at some of the memes related to this particular generation. Okay, you've got 3 memes over here, and look at the first meme. Meme is to be looked at, and the meme is to be read. It's not to be explained only, then you'll be able to enjoy the memes. The first meme, in fact, says, "Sir, can you come out, please?" And he says, "Wait, doctor, we'll put a status and come surely." Feeling excited. It's not that the Generation Z is born with the technology. Even before their birth, even when they are in the wombs of their mothers, they've got the technology with them. Okay, you could see the other 2 memes. And you have you've got a meme who is preparing for the LKG entrance. And then we have got the digital natives. You could see it for yourself. We are going to watch a video. This is MTS 3G advertisement. It's a title, Born for the Internet. I would have seen it at least about 100 times, but every time I see it, I find more fascinating. Okay, it graphically describes the kind of student that we have in our class. The students in our class may be physically the same, but cognitively, mentally, they're quite different. We need to understand that only when we understand the kinds of students that we have before us in our classes, we will be able to justice to the kind of learning process that they go through. Sridharan, can you play the video?
Shall I, sir? Yes.
Yeah. I'm going to stop share, right? Do I need to stop share?
I'm doing it, sir. Not required from your side.
Yeah,
I'm doing
okay.
Sir, is the video visible?
It's yet to play.
Yeah, yet to play. I'm going to play.
Yeah. Thank you, Sridharan.
Yes, sir, over to you.
I'm sure you would have liked that. You would. I'm sure about you, like me, liking that particular video. It clearly describes the kind of student that we have in our class. Another meme. Here is a teacher, maybe a mathematics teacher, who is teaching abbreviations. For gram, she says it is G, milligram mg, kilogram kg. Then the student in the class asks, what about Instagram? And in our country, we also have Telegram. Okay, they want to know the kind of abbreviation for these social platforms. And in the other picture, you've got this person saying, no textbooks. I'm strictly web fed. You know, I was told that in a primary school in the state of California and USA, primary school students were given the textbooks and they're asked to turn over the pages. You know what happened? The students did not even know how to turn over the pages. They're swiping the pages, they swipe the screen. Okay, it's the kind of students that we have in our classes. And one more, this guy does not even know the world existed without email and without internet. It's very much similar to, often we wonder whether the world existed without electricity, without air conditioners, without refrigerators. That's a kind of, kind of pervert knowledge that students have today. Let's look at the kind of resources that students have today. Okay, in terms of printed books, they've got the textbooks, as we used to have for so many decades. There are reference books, encyclopedias, we have documents, and then online resources, both synchronous and asynchronous modes. We have got ebooks, audiobooks, podcasts, tapes. We have got PPT with the voiceover or just the slides. We have got apps, we have got LMS, we have got infographics, we have got images. Look at the kind of resources that are available to our students. Besides that, they also have mass media. Today, in the 21st century, I don't think that mass media has so much of importance as it enjoyed in the 20th century, but we still have radio, television, films, and the print media like newspapers, magazines, journals, advertisements. And this century, I think we began with the social media. We have got so many platforms, and in a short while, we'll look at that. We have got about 1.3 billion social media platforms available to us. We have got the Facebook, we have got YouTube, we have got WhatsApp, Twitter, Instagram, and so many of them. And besides the resources, and learners today also have sources. The sources for them are teachers, tutors, mentors, online tutors and mentors, online groups and peers. And then we also have robot teachers, these humanoid teachers, and they are there very much in our country as well, in places like maybe Bangalore, Delhi, Mumbai, or even in Chennai. But luckily, they are teaching only at the primary level. They very much interact like the human teachers. They teach them, they grade their assignments, their quizzes, and they directly communicate to the parents about the kind of progress that their wards are making in the school. And then we have got the learning platforms. We are all familiar with these things. You know, we have got the learning platforms like MOOCs, Coursera, edX, Swayam in our own country, EdTech companies, Byju's. I'm sure all of us are familiar with the Byju's. I don't think there is anyone who has not heard of Byju's. In a matter of a decade, okay, Byju's was established in 2011. In a matter of a decade, they have had a phenomenal growth. This is the leading EdTech company in our country, educational technology company, not only in our country, even globally. And there are about 115 million students who have signed up. They are the registered students. And even globally, this has become one of the leading companies. So this proves that Byju's has, proved that if you've got the right idea at the right time, if you can implement it, you can grow up to any size. We have got Duolingo, we have got Unacademy. So look at the kind of resources and the sources. The students that we have before us, when you walk into the classroom, the students who are seated before us are quite different. And they've got so many resources. When we were students, we were essentially dependent on the textbooks, we were essentially dependent on teachers. But today, the scenario is quite different. I want us to understand the contemporary scenario. Then what kind of learners? Let's look at a few more qualities of the characteristic features of today's learners. They're highly tech savvy. If you want to understand how tech savvy they are, look at the way they use their thumbs to send across the messages. It's almost like carrying on the oral communication. There is no gap. You know, they send the text and immediately they get the response, and then they in turn respond to those messages that they get. They become the digital citizens. Most of the time when they are awake, they're living in the virtual world. Okay, and they've become the global citizen. They are able to communicate with anyone, in any part of the world, anytime that they want to. And they're also empowered learners. They're empowered in the sense that with so many resources, so many sources, with so many devices that are available to them, they can decide for themselves what they want to do, what they want to learn, how they want to learn, where they want to learn. All these things are decided by them. Okay, it's not that anybody needs to empower them. They have empowered themselves. And they're also knowledge curators. You know, when we were students, we were essentially dependent on the textbook, teachers, and the classroom. But today, we were essentially dealing with the past knowledge, not even the present knowledge. Okay, today learners can, they can come up with their own knowledge, they can generate knowledge and publicize. It may not be possible in the printed mode, but there are any number of platforms, you know, billions of platforms are available to them to publish their, whatever the things that they come up with. They're impatient. You know, we know that the expression that is quite often used to describe this generation is, you know, they want everything instantaneously, instant gratification. Okay, whatever they want, when they want to learn something, that should be made available to them. They're not willing to wait for a day even, okay, to learn what they decide to learn. And the learners on the go. You know, when we were students, we have to go to the institution, school or college, and we need to be there between 9 and maybe 3, 4, 5. And we consume only the knowledge that is given to us. But here the students, they can be at home, they can be on travel, wherever they are, whatever they are doing, you know, materials are made available to them. They don't have to, as we were students, we had certain rigid rules, you know, but students today don't have to go by any of those things. They're learners on the go. And learners today in our country, in the West, they've become digital learners, but learners today are more of blended learners. In our country, learners still depend on the classroom, textbook, and the teachers. Okay, but at the same time, the last 2 years, we know that we have given the kind of impetus to online learning. So they are also, you know, looking up online materials, the material that we refer to, the websites, okay, audio materials, video materials, the PPT. So they're kind of blending these two things. And the flipped model, I'll make a brief mention of it next time when I refer to it. The flipped model is quite accepted by the students and the teachers as well. But there is a tendency towards becoming more digital learners. You know, now there are so many software available to them. You know, these are all interactive software, adaptive software, because of which learning can be personalized, learning can be made engaging, learning can be made interesting to the learners. Learners decide everything. Okay, we all know that learning is supposed to be engaged by the learners. No one can learn for the other person. Learning is learners' job. They need to engage, only then they can become the learners. Okay, this also in a way useful for the teachers, that teachers can find out, even though they are digital learners, whether a particular student has any kind of problem with any of the software that is being used. In that case, the teacher can step in to sort out those things. Okay, this is the kind of current scenario. Okay, how do I describe the current scenario? I'm trying to say that English is fairly old in our country. Okay, we have got so many resources. We have got so many sources, but in spite of that, okay, I mentioned that English has failed. John Dewey, for instance, right at the beginning of the 20th century, even before any of the technological innovations into our classrooms or into our lives, and he mentioned that if we teach today's students with yesterday's approach or yesterday's method, we are robbing them of tomorrow, by which he means that as teachers, we need to become creative. As teachers, we need to become innovative. Every time we walk into the classroom, we need to use the classroom time and the class space differently, not in the same way. A classroom experience should not become a drab. It should not become monotonous for the students. Every time we walk into the classroom, students should have certain element of surprise, certain element of excitement. Learning should be an enjoyable experience. It shouldn't be like a concentration camp. A classroom should never ever become a concentration camp, but it should become a stage, a place where the learners are celebrating the learning experiences. You know, we should reach that particular level. It's in our hands. More than the learners, we as teachers, we can do that. And our own Nobel laureate, Rabindranath Tagore, has said, don't limit a child to your learning because he was born in another time. Recently, I came across a very interesting metaphor. I don't know whether it is a recent metaphor or a world metaphor, but it says that a good teacher is like a shepherd who walks behind the flock of sheep. He's not a frontline worker. Okay, but he's a back-end worker. All that the teacher has to do is direct the ship. Okay, the ship would follow its own path. Okay, so in a way, our job is restricted to only directing the students to learn. That's the reason why I feel that we need to learn, we need to change the trajectory. We need to shift our pedagogical practices. So what are the ways in which we can shift our pedagogical practices or transform the teaching learning ecosystem? When you want to, as teachers, if you want to be impactful, because now there is increasing study which mentions that teaching is ineffective, teaching is inefficient, and the classroom is a terrible place for learning, especially for language learning. In a classroom, you can learn subjects, but you can't learn language. Okay, why? I'll go into the reasons in a short while, but certainly we as teachers in the 21st century, looking at the third decade of the 21st century, we need to shift our teaching methods. Okay, we can't go by the methods which our teachers followed us. Okay, somehow unconsciously or subconsciously, we have been influenced by the way we have been taught, but we need to make a radical departure. We need to make a clear departure. Only then teaching would become meaningful to our students who are with us this point in time. What are the shifts that we need to make? I'm going to make a few shifts. One, off the classroom, one within the classroom. Off the classroom, I was looking for a sample and then I found this particular sample fascinating. Off the classroom, I think all of us are familiar with the Vishwa Bharati University at the Shantiniketan. Is the Tagore's model of education. Tagore did not have much respect for the British system of education. He wanted to have education in the open air. He felt that the four walls of the classroom somehow conditioning the minds of the learners. It's like blinkers for the horses. So that's the reason why he moved the students out of the four walls. Luckily for us, I think one of the things that we need to do during our lifetime is visit this Vishwa Bharati University. And the kind of vibes that you get are totally different. When you walk into the campus, I had the opportunity to visit the campus a couple of times. And when you walk into the campus, you find some of the classes happening under the trees. At the same time, somewhere on the campus, you would find the students with easels and drawing and sketching. In some other place, you would find the students practicing the musical instruments. In the open air theater, there's a small open air theater, you would find the students rehearsing. In other places, the students are playing volleyball, basketball, all this happening in the same campus within the radius of 2 kilometers, as I said. Something similar to that. Luckily, in most of the colleges and the schools in our country, we have got a lot of open air space. So can you pull the students out of the classroom and have classes in the open air, under the trees, in the playground, and even on the terrace? Okay, I remember when I was teaching in MIT, this is not the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, but Madras Institute of Technology. That's where I'm sure most of you know that Abdul Kalam did his aeronautical engineering. Somehow when I say that I worked in MIT, I feel that the affinity in a way excites me. Okay, I used to have classes on the open terrace. There was so much of space, nobody was using it. All I need was chairs. So we had plenty of chairs, and I used to have all the classes on the open air, on the terrace. And the students, sometimes when I bump into them, they tell me that they don't remember anything of what I taught, but they remember the experience of they having the classes. They have they talk about it excitedly, the kind of activities, the kind of tasks that they carried out on the terrace. I think we need to try something along these lines. Only then they would find the learning experience, special language learning experience, interesting to them, meaningful to them, relevant to them. Okay, let's go on to look at what we can do. If that is not possible, if you're not able to take the students, I don't think most of the managements are going to let you do that, taking the students out of the classroom. But if you're going to keep the students inside the classroom, what is it that you can do? One of the things that you can do is you can go for the movable furniture. If that is not possible, you can move the furniture. Okay, there are at least about 6 samples over here. Look at the way the furniture is organized in the classroom. Okay, why should the furniture be organized differently? It's simply because when you have fixed furniture, whether chair or table or benches or desks, all the eyes are fixated on the teacher. It's mostly the one-way communication. But if you move the furniture the way the furniture are moved over here, the communication can flow in multiple directions. It can be from teacher to students, students to teacher, between the students, among the students, in trios and pairs. I mean, you can do it the way you want to. Okay, because the students have to use the language to learn the language. There isn't any other way of doing it. going back to what Tagore felt, once he said that very profound statement, and he said that I don't remember anything of what I was taught, but I remember what I learned. You know, languages have to be used to be learned. That's the reason why they say use it or lose it. Speaking can be learned only by speaking. Reading can be learned only by reading. Writing can be learned only by writing. It's a cliche. All of us are aware of it. But are we creating opportunities in our classes to learn speaking, reading, and writing? We make our students all the time passively to listen to us. That's the only kind of activity, whether you have 100 classes or 1,000 classes, year after year, we seem to be doing the same thing in our classes. And we expect wonders to happen. Okay, we want the learners to become proficient users of English language, expert users of English language. When you don't create any kind of opportunity, we don't conduct any kind of task for the students to gain those experiences. These are all skills. We know that as language teachers, we are teaching them skills. As language teachers, we are not teaching them theories. We are not teaching them concepts. We are not teaching them formulas. These things happen in the subject classes. These things happen in science classes, but they don't happen in language classes. So all that we are trying to do in the language classes is developing these 4 skills, popularly known as LSRW. You know, when you want to develop these skills, are you creating opportunities for the learners to exercise these skills? Only by exercising these skills, they will be able to become experts. And they will be acquire the skills, but without doing any of these things, without creating opportunities for them to use the skills we want them to be a proficient user of English language, this is atrocious, I would say, to the least. Okay, so some other thing that we need to do if you're going to have your classes inside, we need to remove certain barriers. What are the barriers that we could possibly remove? You know, as I said, arrange for movable furniture. If not in all the classrooms, at least some of the classes can be designated only for language classes, fixed for the language classes. You can get the students to those classes and teach because you've got the movable furniture there. If that is not possible, you need to rearrange the furniture. Okay, it's not the fixated chairs and tables all the time, students looking at the teachers. And every language class, mind you, every language class has to be a practical class, something along the lines of science. Okay, whether it is botany or zoology or physics or chemistry, you've got the practical classes to give them hands-on experience, to give them experiential learning. Because the language can be learned only by experience. Look at the way we learned our mother tongue. And can you simulate, can you create such an atmosphere for the learners to acquire the language? So I would say that instead of making the students sit passively in your classroom, you need to get the students to engage with the language. Okay, you need to create opportunities. You need to conduct tasks for the students to use the language. As I said, only by using, they'll be able to acquire the language. And then another important thing is, as teachers, we are in a way biased. You know, we create opportunities only for the bright students, the vocal students, the articulate students, the intelligent ones. We ignore the most part of the class. Okay, but here we need to create opportunity for every learner. Even the weakest learner has to be given an opportunity because even that learner has to acquire the language. So every learner has to be participating actively in the task that we conduct. And the flipped model, I mean, it's a very important concept. I'm sure some of you are familiar with that. All that here I mean is that, you know, students should do the teaching. Students should do reading and writing outside the classroom. And they need to come to the classroom only for carrying out the tasks, only for clarifications to get the additional input. Learners have to invest that time and energy. Without learners investing that time and energy, they won't be able to acquire the skill. After all, we are talking about the skill. When we want the students to acquire the skill, they need to invest that time and energy. It's not something that they can go to a mall or a supermarket and buy it from that's what the students expect. They want things instantaneously, but are the students willing to spend their time in reading? Are the students willing to spend their time in writing? Okay, so I think we need to insist. If you do that over a period of time, I'm sure that the students would get adjusted to this particular model. Any reading, we are not going to read out the text. We are not going to explain the text. We are not going to summarize the text. We are not going to highlight the important aspects of the text. Okay, all this have to be done by the students outside the classroom. So flipped model seems to work wonders all over the world. And I think we need to go in for that. Instead of teaching, you know, if you look at a typical teacher, a traditional teacher, what the teacher does is the teacher reads out the text. The teacher explicates the text, teacher gives the meaning for some of the difficult expressions, and the teacher gives the answers for the questions that are given at the end of the text. This is not really what we are supposed to do. Maybe it was the case in the past, but today, maybe this was the case during the time of Guru class. But today, the students have all the facilities. We looked at the resources. Okay, when the students have so much of resources, we need to get the students to invest the time and energy outside the classroom context. And another problem is the task that we conduct. When we conduct a task in the classroom, it should be relevant, it should be meaningful to the students, which should be within the ambit of learners' experience. Don't make too much of demand on their imaginations. We sometimes tend to give some of the tasks which demand only their imagination. A task like if I were to become the president of the country, or life in Mars, and things like that. These things won't work with the students because learners have not got the experience of these things. So when you conduct a task, if you want it to be meaningful, if you want to engage the learners, you need to give them a task which is within the ambit of their experience. They should be able to generate the language. To generate language, they need to have ideas. When they have ideas, I'm sure that they will be able to generate the language. The problem with our students is not the lack of language. I would say lack of ideas. Even if we make them to speak in their own mother tongue, they won't be able to say much because they don't have ideas. They have not developed their cognition. So one of the things that we need to do as language teachers is develop their ideas. Once they have the ideas, I think about 3,000 years ago, Cato said that if they've got ideas, they will be able to express themselves. If they're not able to use the language, it's not because of lack of language, it's because of lack of ideas. Okay, so if you want the learners to generate language, you need to give them the tasks which are within the range of their experiences. And then we always have the time-bound classes. As every class has about 1 hour, 1 hour, 15 minutes, or 50 minutes, everywhere, all over our country, time is fixed. But for language classes, we need to have a flexible time. Imagine that, let's say that you are going to conduct a group discussion. When you want to conduct a group discussion, you need to introduce the topic. You need to give prompts. You need to express the, or explain the dynamics of the group discussion. You need to get the students seated in different places. And you need to give at least about 15-20 minutes for the students to discuss the topic. And you need to give an opportunity for at least one member in the group to present in the plenary session what they've discussed. Feedback has to be given, feedback by you, feedback by the students. All these cannot happen in a matter of 1 hour. At least for English classes, you need to, some of the private managements, you need to convince the management that you need to have flexible time. Okay, English classes have to be different from subject classes because it's not a formula. You teach a formula in science classes and mathematics class, for instance, you illustrate it and then you give them a task. Once it is done, the class is over. But language is not like that. Okay, language needs a different kind of treatment. This is something that we need to make the management become aware of it, because traditionally we are not doing it. We are treating English like a subject. We think that teaching English means teaching grammar, teaching pronunciation, teaching word meaning. Okay, English is not that. English has failed in our country. As I said earlier, we have failed English. It's not that English failed us. We have failed English primarily because we have got wrong focuses. We have got wrong priorities. We are not doing what we are supposed to do in our classes. And then I'm going to indulge in some wild thinking. Okay, some of the things that I'm going to say hereafter are my own wishful thinking. This is my wish list. You know, what's happening now is, since we are going to our classroom every day, day after day, hour after hour, month after month, year after year, some of the we have lost the significance of the classroom. It's automatized. It is routinized, for instance. And we have lost sight of what we need to do in the classroom. We need to realize the significance of the classroom. Classroom is a place where knowledge is shared, knowledge is generated, skills are acquired. We are essentially dealing with the cognition of the learners. This is mind, the mental power. Okay, this is what we are dealing with. So when we are dealing with such a significant thing, okay, we need to treat the classes differently. We are almost treating a classroom like, let's say, an office room or a bathroom or a bedroom. These are all used for the same purposes. Day after day, they are used for the similar purposes. I don't think that you can change much in those things. But classroom, class time, class space can be employed, can be engaged in multiple ways. Imagination is the only thing that is demanded of you. If you're imaginative enough, I'm sure that you'll be able to use the class space and class time. This is my request. You know, if you need to look at, you need to analyze the way you are using your class space and class time. Can you use it differently? Every time you walk into the classroom, you need to tell yourself that you're going to use it differently. It's not, you're not going to replicate the previous classroom. If you're using a classroom for 100 times, you need to have 100 different strategies. You need to have different ways of using the classroom. So one of the ways is perhaps you can use the classroom as a sacred place, kind of sanctum sanctorium. I don't want you to take the literal meaning of it, but take the suggestive meaning of it, the figurative meaning of it. Okay, the metaphorical meaning of it. You know what happens in your sanctum sanctorium, where the devotees commune with the supreme power. Okay, likewise, we as teachers, we are also dealing with the invisible power. The invisible power, the cognition, which is waiting to explode. Such is the power that the learners have. So to have such an outcome, we need to have the devotee's mindset. Now look at the kind of passion that they have, devotion that they have, compassion that they have. If you're walking into the classroom as a serious teacher with all these things, I'm sure that you'll be able to bring about radical changes in the learners' mindset. You'll be able to bring about radical changes in the behavior of the learners themselves. And the picture that you see is almost like a classroom. It's a small temple in Kerala. Temples in Kerala are known for their simplicity, but at the same time, they're known for their elegance. Unlike you have the temples in Tamil Nadu. Temples in Tamil Nadu are known for, their massiveness. They're majestic. Okay, I mean, I did visit some of the temples in our part of in different parts of our country, but I've not come across the kinds of temples that you have in Tamil. I'm not trying to promote Tamil, but I'm just merely looking at the grandeur of the temples. You have visited, let's say, maybe Madurai Meenakshi Amman or Ramanathapuram or Kanjipuram. Okay, different places. It's good to have a kind of religious tour. To get to know the kind of structures that we have in our country. So the point that I'm making is, can you use the classroom differently? Can you use the classroom as a sanctum sanctorum? Can you use the class as a kind of public forum? What is this public forum all about? Public forum was an idea which was in existence for centuries in our country, not only in our country, even the neighboring countries. I would say in almost all the Asian countries. The villages, mostly it happened in the villages, of course. 2-3 decades ago, the entire country was in villages. Okay, the villages would gather at a particular place, mostly at a particular time. The frequency is determined by the villages themselves. They gather there to discuss 3 things essentially: to discuss the problems, deliver justice if there is any kind of dispute, and to take part in the pains and the pleasures of the individual members. But unfortunately, this was participated only by the grown-ups. Children were not allowed, women were not allowed. I'm not supporting that in that sense. Okay, it's a public forum, it's a democratic forum where everybody was given an opportunity to speak. Ultimately, it's the eldest voice that would prevail, but it's a place where everybody is given an opportunity to voice their thoughts, to voice their opinions, to voice their perspectives. Can we create a classroom, something similar to this public platform, where the students are given an opportunity to talk about the issues? No, we are living amidst so many issues, local issues, national issues, international issues. We talk about creating, developing critical thinking. You don't have to develop it in isolation. If you get the learners to look at the issues that they encounter on a daily basis, on a day-to-day basis, I'm sure that they will be able to come up with the solutions. So the second suggestion I would give you is that, can you use the classroom, class space, class time as something similar to a public forum? Can you use the classroom as a soapbox? I'm sure that you are familiar with this particular concept. Soapbox is a box on which one stands and talks to a small gathering. This concept was developed in London, in Hyde Park. Decades preceding the First World War was considered to be the golden period of soapbox oratory. Okay, who are the ones who spoke to the small gatherings in the park? This soapbox is so small, you can shift it. It's portable. You can shift from one place to the other place, and you can talk to the small gathering, especially the rebels, some leaders, working class leaders. They had some interesting ideas, but they wanted to communicate. Those days, getting it printed was rather difficult. So what they did was they went to the park. They had this small box on which they stood and they spoke to small gatherings like that. What is important is developing the oratorical skills. Okay, in fact, this practice was followed even by John Major in 1990s. He contested as an MP, a member of MP, and then he ultimately became the Prime Minister of UK. And then he followed the strategy. Even today, like we follow this strategy, but a different form. Now it's in many places, it's an election time. In Tamil Nadu, it's a civic election, and we have got street meetings. But when we have street meetings, it's a huge stage on which you have a number of people. But here, the soapbox concept is such that it's a small box on which only one can stand and talk to the people convincingly and respond to the people. It's a two-way communication. It's not that only you talk, you also need to respond to the people. So can we convert the classroom into a kind of soapbox? Can we convert the classroom into a kind of a stage for performance? In most of the institutions, mostly at the schools level, at the college level, we have got so many clubs. We have got the debating club, theater club, quiz club, reading club. I'm going to very quickly, in a matter of a minute or so, talk about the reading club that we established in one of the schools in Tamil Nadu, in Trichy. This experiment was conducted only for about 3 months. Okay, and unfortunately, we were not able to continue it. It was done at the 6th standard level. I want you to note that it was not done at the college level, because at the college level, we need to perhaps do something different. What we did was, we went to the librarian and asked the librarian to give us about 10 to 15 books, which the students referred to on their own. And we took the books and started the class library. Class library is a very old concept. In most of the Western countries, even in India, in some of the rich schools, they have a class library which has books. You could see it in the picture itself. Okay, and then we told the students that they can donate books, the books that they read and enjoyed. And a book is mostly read by one person once or twice, and not more than that. After that, it becomes almost like a waste paper. It's lying idle. We told the students to bring those books if they feel that their friends also should share the book, and then donate it to the class library. Believe it or not, in a matter of 2 to 3 months' time, we were able to get closer to 100 books. We told them that they can sign the book and donate it to the library. Okay, everything was managed by the students themselves. Lending, returning. They had the ledger, they were able to manage all that. And along with that, we had another interesting idea, and we had the reading table. The reading table was, in fact, it was a reading desk, which was kept closer to the door, on which we had the encyclopedia, we had the dictionary, we had the newspaper, that's a student edition newspaper, and we had the late arrivals. Like, since most of you are in Hyderabad, and we got this idea from ASRC, American Studies Research Center, which was there till 90s. Now, that Osmania University has taken over. And we told the student they can use them, it is for them, they can use them whenever the teacher is not around. Some students reach the classroom early, before the teacher walks into the classroom, and the intermissions, lunch break, other intermissions, they can use this. Believe it or not, it caught on like a wildfire. The students were flipping through it. I'm not saying that every student was excited about this, but some of the students were flipping through it, and they were discussing it even. Okay, so we need to create a kind of different culture in the classroom. It's not only the teacher interacting with the student, but classroom space can be used in multiple ways. That's the point I'm trying to drive at. And they can use the classroom as a home theater. Home theater, all of us know, is a kind of entertainment system. It was originally conceived for watching movies in the comforts of one's own home. So you had a huge screen, very sophisticated audio system. Later on, the computer with the internet and the gaming console, all these things were added for the comforts of the people, those who use it. So I'm not saying that every classroom has to become a home theater, but at least can we have one classroom which is somewhat similar to home theater. Okay, because a school should not be pursued as, the college should not be pursued, classroom should not be pursued as meant only for the serious academic purposes. It should be meant for some entertainment purposes also. These days, outside the classroom, we find the students playing video games, all PUBGs and Blue Whale. I'm sure you're all familiar with that. All these things leading to even committing suicide. And playing rummies, the adults are playing rummies and they are committing suicide. They are losing lakhs and lakhs of rupees. So I think we need to use this opportunity, just one room for an institution, use this particular room to educate children about the use of this entertainment industry. Can use the classroom as a sanctuary of minds, just like a bird sanctuary, where you have this sanctuary of minds. I'm not talking about the minds of ordinary minds, but I'm talking about the minds of the titans, where we have them. Parliaments, India had a great parliamentarians. I'm not referring to the parliament which we have now, but in the past we had great parliamentarians. And if you have them in the court of law, I'm looking at the people like Jethmalani, Soli Sorabji, and there are several other, Ram Jethmalani. There are all these people. These lawyers can win the cases for you. These people can, convert lies into truths and truths into lies. I'm not getting into the ethical aspect of it. All I'm saying is that the power of their argument, the power of their mind, they have that kind of a cognitive potential. Can we create that kind of a potential among our students? So the point I'm trying to drive at is we need to use the classroom differently on a day-to-day basis, not once a while. Okay, can we use the classroom for the social media purposes? Okay, now outside the classroom, people are using social media. Social media has become so very central in our lives. So I think we need to use the social media in our classroom context as well. And as I mentioned, there are about 1.3 billion media apps are there. On an average, Indians have about 11.4 social media accounts. In America, it is 7.8. In India, closer to 12. Even I have about 4 social media accounts. They've got so many accounts. They go from one platform to the other platform. Okay, so that's the reason why it is so very central in our lives. The first thing that we do in the morning, I'm sure most of us are doing it. The first thing that we do in the morning, the moment we get up from our bed, is look up our mobile phone. And the last thing that we do is, again, look up our mobile phone. And during our waking hours, about 15, 16 hours, and the survey shows in some countries that the social media users are looking at about 70 to 150 times. Imagine, for every 5 minutes, every 10 minutes, we are looking at our social media. It has become so very central, the last 1 decade at least. It was not the case in the first decade of the 21st century, but now it has become so central in our life, and we are looking at it so very often. And 99% of the times we are accessing the social media through our mobile phones. And some statistics about the social media, we have, this is from April 2021. Now, we know that shortly we'll be reaching April 2022. And the statistics is slightly old, but still it tells us what we are supposed to be familiar with. The world population is about 7.8 billion, of which about 5.2 billion people are mobile phone users. All of them have the smartphones, of which about 4.3 billion people, that's about 50% of the population. Today, after the pandemic, the last 1 year, again, the extended pandemic, it could be anywhere about 60% of the people are using social media. Why am I talking about social media? Social media has become so very vital, so very critical, so very central in our life. And we need to educate our students, because our students are totally immersed in the world of social media. We need to educate them about that. Some of the popular social media, all of us are familiar with that: WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, all these things. But what is important for our purposes, social media is for the socializing purpose. It's for social purposes, not for educational purposes. All I'm trying to do is tweak it a bit and then use it for the educational purposes. Okay, people are using social media. If you look at the top 5, they are mainly using it for getting in touch with friends and family members. Of course, that's what the social media is meant for. Originally, social media is meant for socializing, to be in touch with the friends and family members in any part of the world. But they are using the social media for other purposes also. They are using social media to fill in their spare time, using social media to read news stories, using social media to find interesting entertainment content, using the social media what is trending. Okay, leave out the first, for socializing purposes. We are not using only for the socializing purposes, we are also using for other purposes. These are the areas where we have, we as teachers, we can play a significant role in getting the students to use the social media effectively and usefully. Recently, I came across this in Times of India. It says that Indians spend nearly 5 hours daily on mobiles in 2021. I mean, the teenagers, the students are spending much more than that, because we encourage it. Okay, and some of the villages, I know the stories where the parents are uneducated and the children, teachers also told them to get the mobile phone for the children, and parents do not know what the children are doing. Children are not doing what they are supposed to use it for. They are doing for everything else. All of us are quite familiar with how the social media, how the mobile phone is used by all kinds of learners. So when we are using the mobile phones, even though we need to use it for the educational purposes, we need to use it with a certain caution, a certain caveats. Okay, illiteracy is becoming a major problem. Illiteracy, we all know, is quite different from illiteracy. Illiteracy is not having the ability to read, but illiteracy is you have the ability to read but unwilling to read. This become a major problem in the West. People have the ability, but nobody is reading it. Okay, so illiteracy has become a major problem, and the loss of book reading culture. I used to travel in the local train here. About a decade ago, I used to find a number of people reading the newspapers, reading magazines, but today nobody has all these things in their hand. They've got just the mobile phone. Videos, listening to music, or talking to people. These are the things that are happening. But we need to revive the culture of book reading. Why revival of book reading? Because book reading is quite different from e-reading. Book reading is quite different from maybe you could call it a screen reading. Okay. When we read a book, we are focused on one thing on a sustained period of time. It's a linear process. Okay, a page after page, paragraph after paragraph. That's how we progress. But when looking at the screens, you know how we do it. Okay, we take the mobile phone and look at the way we move the screen. Sometimes move up and down. We skim and scan. It's a shallow reading. We don't seem to be absorbing much in it. We don't reflect over it. We don't remember much of what we are reading. And when we read messages or any post, and we are looking for short messages, and it was found out that the message which is about 70 character to 100 character are the messages or the posts which are read quite mostly. The Twitter has in a way spoiled us all the time looking for 140 character or 280 character. Now, bulky books, nobody reads. Classics, nobody reads. But these are the treasure troves of knowledge. Oh, not the social media. But since our students are using the social media, you need to use it for the educational purposes. We can't all the time be prescriptive. Sometimes we need to get prescribed by the learners. We need to go along their lines. Okay, and then the addiction has become a major problem. The last 1 decade, there are so many clinics which are being started because of this addiction problem. Addiction, like people are becoming unsocial. In quite a contradictory term, quite a paradoxical term. You could see the last picture on the right-hand side. You've got 4 students seated over there. Each one is in his own bubble, in his own universe. Each one is locked in his own world. Okay, this has become unsocial. You know, it has also become antisocial. Antisocial in the sense that all of us are familiar with the kind of cyber crimes, right from phishing to morphing to stalking to bullying to, there are so many things. The last 1 decade, you know, it's virtually happening to everybody. It has become so very omnivorous. It is there. There are many silent sufferers. Some of the young ones are not able to say this to their parents or to the other members, but it has become so very important, and it's anti-intellectual. If you seriously look at the messages or the posts that you come across, nothing to do with the intellect. Okay, most of them are frivolous. Most of them are insignificant, inconsequential, trivial. We are trivializing. We are not using our gray cells the way they ought to be used. And so our cognition doesn't seem to develop. And we seem to be keeping our mind empty because of these things. And the students are greatly affected by that. Okay, the students are physically as well as mentally affected. It's not that they are affected only mentally, even the physically, because of lack of sleep. They sleep less. Okay, and it has its own physical implications. All of us are quite familiar with that. You know, like there is inattentiveness in classes, loss of concentration, lower grades, stress, okay, decline in real relationship, exposure to misinformation. We are all familiar with the fake news, the deep fakes. There are so many things. Okay, lack of emotional contact. And then we also have diminished understanding and thoughtfulness, sleep deprivation. I spoke about it, expressing inauthentic feelings. This, all of us are familiar with that, you know. Most of us are good actors. The moment we see they have the institution, we fake a feeling. We show that you know, we are happy, and then wish them happiness to others as well. You know, the students have become, they're expressing inauthentic feelings to everybody, even to their family members. Now, they are not expressing the authentic feeling. Even when they are depressed, they are not showing to the world they are being depressed. So the point I'm trying to make here is the paradoxical position of the social media. Yes, we need to use the social media in our classes, but social media is a thing of opposites. It's appealing, at the same time annoying. It's a time wasting, at the same time time efficient. It's useful, at the same time useless. I mean, to think of the old cliche, it's like a double-edged sword. You know, it depends how you use it. Okay, so if you use the social media, and if you tweak it a bit, and if you begin to use it for intellectual purposes, especially for language purposes, because looking at language, okay, social media throws up plenty of opportunities, different kind of styles. Okay, of course, you've got the emojis, you've got the spelling errors, and all kinds of things are there. But language can never be rigid, never be, it's always plastic. It keeps evolving, it keeps growing, it's changing. But we need to be conscious about the things that we are reading. Okay, one other thing that really scares me is that people, when they don't have the language, they use the emojis. And over a period of time, it looks as though we will be using only the emojis and not the language. And that's a danger of it. That's the reason why we need to use the social media for constructive purposes. Okay, what am I saying? I'm going to end it by saying that when people talk about 21st century skills, they talk about creative thinking, they talk about critical thinking. But I would say that I don't know what's so great about or unique about the 21st century. These are the creative thinking, critical thinking are the skills that were useful in the past, and they are going to be useful even in the centuries to come. The 23rd century, 25th century, 50th century, if the world is going to exist, we don't know whether it is going to exist. If it exists, all the skills are going to be important. But I would say that it is not creative thinking, It's not critical thinking. It's not ability to think quickly to make decisions. It's not ability to solve problems. It's not even skilling, upskilling, or reskilling in your domains, but it's something different. The skill that you need more than anything else is ability to restrain oneself, ability to manage oneself. You know, we tell ourselves, even the grown-ups like us, even I in 60s, I tell myself that I'm going to spend only about 5 minutes with my Facebook. I end up spending at least about 50 minutes. And then from one account to the other account. It's a time waster. We need to control ourselves. We are living at a time, there are so many distractions. Okay, and we slide ourselves to the distractions. We are not using ourselves. We are not using the brain cells for the constructive purposes. Okay. Lastly, what are the transitions that we need to make? The teaching learning trajectories. You know, what are the changes that we need to bring about in our pedagogical practices? You know, if you're serious about the teaching, now that the students are coming back after 2 years from this pandemic, I think we need to resolve that we are going to use the classroom differently, not the way our teachers used, but we are going to use them differently. And every day when we walk into the classroom, we are going to use the classroom space and time differently. Okay, it's a different that is going to matter to the students. Make learning exciting the students. Don't make it a drag. Don't make it monotonous. So as I was telling you, teaching language is quite different from teaching subjects. In subjects, they deal with the theories, concepts, and formulas, whereas in languages, we are dealing with the skills. But again, not just the skills. Once the students have acquired the skill, they need to practice it, re-practice it, and practice again and again. So they in a way, they perfect it. But along with the skills, we are also teaching them ideas. Any text that the learners engage with, there are ideas. Okay, people can become intellectuals. They can grow intellectually. That cognition can become very fertile only when they gather ideas. It's only the ideas that can make people great in their lives. So as language teachers, since most of us are dealing with the language, any language that you teach, not only English, but any language, even the mother tongue that we teach, we need to focus on skills and ideas. Okay, teaching languages have to be different. You know, I in a little way try to establish how we can make it different. And the language, learners have to become independent. It has happened in the West already, but it has not happened in our country. As I was saying that, you know, our learners are still traditional. Okay, tradition and modernity coexist in our country. As Nehru said, you know, India is a country where we have got the tractors and we have the bullocks to plow the land. Okay, that's a kind of, so it's an ideal context where we can make our learners to become independent and interdependent and not teacher dependent. Okay, and Sugata Mitra even in 1990s said, learning is more important. Learning is to be prioritized. Learning is learner's job. Learning is not teacher's job. How great you are, how proficient you are. Okay, how communicative you are. You can't make your learners a proficient user of English language unless you provide opportunities for them to learn. So the focus hereafter has to shift to learning, different learning styles rather than teaching, because we as teachers, we are more concerned about the teaching. We are concerned about our own performance. Okay, especially at the beginning of our career, we don't want to appear to be fools before our students. So we focus on our own performances. Okay, but it has to be different. Then the learning is not confined to the classroom. Every living moment is a learning moment. I want you to realize that every living moment is a learning moment, and we have got plenty of resources. So let's not confine ourselves only to the classroom, the teacher and the textbook. The opportunities are plenty. Okay, we need to learn from all these resources. Learners are not merely consumers of knowledge, you know, consumers of knowledge, which means that they are dealing only with the past. We need to get the learners to live in the present and live in the future. It is that which is going to be useful. No point in saying that Ashoka was a great king or somebody else was great in the past. But what is happening today, that is more important. And once the learners produce the language, there are plenty of opportunities for them to publicize. Okay, it may not be possible in the print form, but there are so many platforms which allow them to publish whatever they come up with. And lastly, social media, which everybody, I'm ending it now. The social media has to be customized, it has to be localized, it has to be purposeful. Okay, since everybody is using social media, students are using social media, it has to be customized. We are living at a time where we are making the machines to behave like humans, thanks to machine learning and artificial intelligence. But unfortunately, humans are behaving like machines. And we as teachers, it's our responsibility to make our learners fully human, fully alive. They should not be like walking shadows, marionettes or puppets controlled by the technology, controlled by social media, controlled by other external forces. Okay, we as teachers, I think we have a responsibility, great responsibility. We are expected to do something different, which our teachers did not do for the students. So our teaching style has to be different. Okay, it can't be the same. Our teaching learning trajectory, more than the learning, the teaching trajectory has to change. Thank you so much.
Arna ma'am, unmute and speak.
Sridhar, can I exit?
Just wait, sir. Just wait.
Thank you, sir. A lot could be learned on the basis of today's learners about how they are tech savvy, at the same time very impatient. Also, they seem to be very well empowered, sir. And we would like to bear in mind the inputs that were taken from your session about the skills should be acquired and to create aligned humans. Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would like to hand over the session to Dr. Sucharan, sir, to be making some important announcements regarding the paper presentations that are to be followed for the afternoon session from 1:30 p.m. onwards. Over to you, Dr. Sucharan, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, good afternoon to all of you. I want you to, all the paper presentators, I want you to pay attention for a few minutes. Okay, yeah. So instruction number one. Instruction number one, I want all the participants to, to complete the feedback. So every participant, please give your feedback and, okay. So that's instruction number one. Instruction number two, I'll read out the presenters who are going to present the papers today. Already I have mailed to all the paper presenters, but before that, today morning, I think there was a bit, a delay in the program. So sorry for the inconvenience from our side, right? So some of you have got delayed, those links. So this I see that I'll sort it out by before I believe 4 o'clock. So by tomorrow onwards, I think it will be easy and it will be smooth. Okay, it will be held easily and smoothly, right? Now coming back to today's paper presentations. I've categorized into M and N. Okay, it's a day one, that is 11/2/2022, and the paper presentations will start at 1:30. So each presenter will get only 10 minutes. So 10 minutes is the presentation, and they will present only to the chairperson, and nobody will be, the audience won't be there. So your presentation will be viewed by the chairperson and evaluated instantly, right? And there are two best paper awards. One is in the methodology category, another one in the technology category, right? Yeah. So I'll read out the M category. Already I have mailed to all the participants, whoever have, they send their, whoever has sent their abstracts. Right. So the first one is Bhanu Rekha. Okay, Bhanu Rekha. Yeah, Shabina Banu and K. Bhanu Rekha from CBR College of Engineering, Ibrahimpatnam. Then second participant will be S. Archana, second paper presenter. Third, Dr. M. Sridhar and Dr. B. Srinivasu. Then next one is Sukanta Dank. And next is Dr. Neeli Ramesh. Next is Dr. Sirisha Irvuri, Dr. C. Buma, Dr. Haribabu Tamineni, Dr. B. Deepa. Okay, and Miss A. Radhika, Miss Adiba Nishad, Miss Kasturi Durga Mahati, Miss Nikat Fatima. So these are the M category paper presenters, and the paper presentation will start exactly at 1:30. So all of you be, I think I have already shared you the link. So you be available between that time 1:30 to 4 p.m. You need to be there, right? So all will get a chance. All will get a chance to present, and strictly you need to adhere to 10 minutes. 10 minutes. You need to adhere to 10 minutes of your time, whatever the time is allotted to you. Okay. So once again, I repeat the names. Once again, I read the names. S. Shabina Banu and K. Banu Rekha. S. Archana, Dr. M. Sridhar and Dr. B. Srinivaslu. Sukanta Dang, Dr. Neeli Ramesh, Dr. Sirisha Iruri, Dr. C. Bhuma, Dr. Aribabu Tamineni, Dr. B. Deepa, Miss A. Radhika, Miss A. Diba Nishad, Miss Kasturi Durga Mahati, Miss Nikat Fatima. So these are the M category presenters. Now I'll read out the N category presenters. So first one is Zoom 1. So please go through the mail once again. Now Zoom 2 N category, that is N1 series N. Jessica Enabatula, K. Mahalakshmi, G.J. Ratnam, M. Supriya, Anita Sunil Pistoti, Dhruve Sinha and Jishan Ali, Mahadev Swami, NN, Jacinta Silo, Dr. Suresh Babu, Armanda and Dr. K. Samuel Babu, Dr. Rajkumar, Shashidhar Babu, Dr. Maria Justina Gray, Harold CC, and Saheli Bose, and finally G. Kavita. Once again, I repeat the N series: Jessica Enabatula, K. Mahalakshmi, Miss K. Mahalakshmi, Mr. G. Ratnam, Miss M. Supriya, Miss Anita Sunil Pisoti, Mr. Dhruve Sinha and Jishan Ali, and Mr. Mahadev Swami, Miss Jacinta Silo, Dr. Suresh Babu and Dr. K. Samuel Babu, Dr. Rajkumar and Shashidhar, and next is Dr. Maria Justina Gray and Mr. Dr. Harold and Saheli Bose and G. Kavita. Okay, these are all the second N series categories. Yeah, and next is see all participants, second M series and N series paper presenters must be available by 1:25. So you can log on and to your what you call that link, whatever is shared to you, and be ready, right? And best paper presenter, best paper will be declared, will be announced tomorrow during valedictory session by I think by our director sir. Will be announcing the best paper awards, and 10 minutes you need to stick. Now there are some more announcements for regarding. I think some of you might not have got mails. Okay, so tomorrow's paper present. Okay. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, you are, sir.
Yeah, am I audible? Yes, yeah, okay. Sorry for interruption. Sorry for, no, I think I haven't checked that. Yeah, I'm reading out, I'm reading out tomorrow's presenters. That is once again A series, Dr. A.V. Bharati, Ms. P. Mercy Kavita and Y. Anil, Dr. Lakshmi Kanti, Mr. D. Mallesham and Dr. Neela Panda, Mr. Ms. Srivani and Dr. Mutyala Suresh, Dr. Lakshmi Prasanna, Mr. Gampala Sunil and Dr. B. Nagamani, Dr. A. Pradeep Kumar, Dr. M. Srinivas Rao, Dr. D. Indra, Ms. Pratima Chauhan, and Dr. Sandra Carmel Sophia and K. Durga Rao. Now, B series tomorrow's papers and Dr. S. Rajeshwari, Mr. R. Shanmuga Sundaram, Dr. A. Noble Jebekar, Dr. A. V. Raghuram, Mr. Miss Surchi Sharma, Miss Dr. Surchi Sharma, Dr. Kusum, Miss Kavya Lahari, Miss Mr. Miss Sheila Rani Simon, Dr. S. Rajeshwari, next Mr. N. Srinivas, Dr. G. Meena, Dr. S. Amani Reddy, Dr. A. Shobharani. So these are the B series presenters. Now today's presenters, I'll once again read out because I think there was a problem with the, I've actually muted and I might have read it. Now today's presenters are M series, Banu Rekha, Ms. Banu Rekha, Dr. S. Archana, Dr. B. Srinivasana and Dr. M. Sridhar, Dr. Neeli Ramesh, Dr. Sirisha Iduri, Ms. Radhika Atmakuri, Dr. Aribabu Thammineni, Ms. Nikat Fatima, Dr. C. Bhuma, Ms. Kasturi Durga Mahati, Ms. Adib Nishad, and Dr. Deepa. So these are the M series presenters, 1:30 to 4 o'clock they're going to present. And N series presenters are Jessica Enabotula, K. Mahalakshmi, G. Ratnam, M. Dr. Maria unmuting. Why are you unmuting? Okay. So any clarifications from your side? Any clarifications from your side? Representatives, yeah. Any clarifications? N series 130, all whether M series, N series will start at 1:30. Okay. Yeah. So 1:30 it will start and it will end at 4 p.m. So each presenter will get 10 minutes to present, and best paper will be best two papers from methodology as well as technology category will be announced tomorrow during the valedictory session by our director, sir, right? All of you. Okay, regarding your paper presentation schedule, please check your paper presentation schedule. And those who I didn't send, yes, some of the language and literature combination I didn't send. Today evening, I'm going to complete that task. There are around 8 to 10 presenters I didn't send. So I'll mail all, I'll see that all of you get a chance to present your papers. And if you have any grievances, you can call me in the evening. I don't mind lifting. And sorry for not lifting your calls and attending in the morning. Is it clear? Right? So any grievances, you're always welcome to share your grievances, and you can mail me also, right? Yeah. Yeah. Tomorrow I'll share the different. I'll share you the link of tomorrow, and tomorrow's session will start at 9. It will be addressed by Professor Natalia from Michigan University. So she will be addressing tomorrow at 9 in the morning, and that link will be shared. Yes, today I'll share to all because today, you won't have any problem regarding tomorrow's sessions. Yeah, it will go on smoothly. Initially, we had some hiccups regarding technology and those, so I could only send you the links a little bit late. Okay. Okay, sorry for the inconvenience. Yeah, parallel. The sessions will be held parallel. 1:30 and M series and N series will start at the same time, 1:30, and it will end at 4 p.m. Right? Yeah, there are chair sessions, and the profile also will be read by Miss Arna Kumar, what do you call it? Arna Madam. So she is going to read out, the profiles of both the chairpersons before the start of the session, right? Yeah. So you can take lunch and you can be back at exactly at 1:25. It's better that you be at 1:25. Okay. Yeah. The link will be on. The link will be on. It won't be closed. Okay. Yeah. There'll be, yes. Yeah. There will be two different links. M series link is different. N series link will be different. Both the links are different. So both will be active. And that's what. And tomorrow's link will be shared in the evening. Today, at any cost, I'm going to share it today itself. Before I go, before I retire, I'll share. Yeah. So anything, yeah, anything from your side you would like to share? Please complete the feedback. All the participants, we should compulsory give a feedback, and that's important for our convenience and for our future reference. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Please turn on your videos. All the participants, please turn on your videos. We want to take a snap for our record. Okay, for future purpose. Yeah. Please turn on your videos. All the participants. Please turn on your videos. Done? Yeah, you can take a break. Maybe around 1:25. You can take a break for another 20 minutes and come back. Okay. Yeah, we'll start the session. Right. Close.